more emotionally connected than the Beach Boys. I love the Beach Boys. But Henson, like, kind of helped shape childhoods for 40 years.
Yeah, but it just...
I'm also a huge Muppet.
And then he died.
Yes.
And that's how it basically ended.
I mean...
Yeah, it isn't.
He died.
No, but it isn't.
And then he died. So getting my day started in the best possible way. I don't think I want to give you people the context. I think I think I want you to just marinate that the last thing said to me before the bumper started was, and then he died. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Radio program is underway. Happy Tuesday. My dudes, my dudettes, my amigos, my amigettes. Spectacular, as always, to have you here on the radio broadcast. And boy, howdy, what a show we got lined up for you today. We got like all the stuff to talk about, including, and I've decided, I don't know that this is going to translate or not. And there's not much more of a scary feeling than to do something as a host that you don't know if it's going to land or not. I put it in the context of like a stand-up comedian. I don't know how many, if any of y'all have ever tried stand-up. I have a very long time ago. It's nerve-wracking, dude. It's nerve-wracking because you say stuff in your head and you're like, by God, that's funny.
I'm guessing it wasn't a PG set.
Nope, not at all. Not at all. But my first joke was about the fact that a young lady that I dated a very long time ago, I found a perfume that I really enjoy the smell of, and I gave her a bottle of it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's kind of what you do. I was like, I really like this perfume. For whatever reason, the first time I smelled it, it made me think of you. And I gave her a bottle of it for a birthday or something. And then she never really wore it, and I couldn't figure, but I still smelled it every now and then. I couldn't figure out like what the connection was. And then I found out one day, great one, that she was using the perfume that I gave her as poopery. She used it whenever she, did her business and wanted to cover up the scent. The go-to was the perfume that I gave her that made me think of her. And I thought, is this love? Is this what love is? She just connect. And so now, obviously, if I ever smell that perfume, unfortunately, that's what I go back to. And I made this whole skit around that, and it did not go well. It did not go well.
In reality, did it mask the smell of the?
Yeah, except for like as good as can be done.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
There's still that underneath. Yeah. You understand what it's trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And eventually, even if you can't smell the dew, if you get my drift, like you do you get it? Like you understand. And so I had like a whole like a little 2-minute open mic stand-up set about that, which I thought in my head was hysterical, and it just it tanked. My stand-up career was literally 3 minutes long, start to finish. As a host, there is something comparable, which is when you're gonna try a segment and you don't know if it's gonna land or not. You don't know if it's gonna translate to the radio or not. But
here's what you should do. You should do what some other hosts, maybe even people who have been here before, and just steal stuff from everybody else that that works. Then you're not taking any risks.
For the record, every single radio host does that. There's not a radio host in America that does not openly rip off other topics to utilize. In fact, Mario and Deck and myself last Saturday morning had a bit of a chuckle because as we were getting ready for our show, we found out that another show on the same network had openly ripped off a segment that Mario had put together. And we were all chuckling about it until Mario pointed out that he had openly ripped that segment off of another show. It happens. But sometimes you got to go out there. Sometimes you got to take a risk. You got to go on a little adventure to try something new.
I remember, our sexy music segment that got ripped off by someone in New York, like
the next day,
down to the music, the same exact music. Yes.
Yeah, 100%. Everybody rips off everybody else. That's just part of the game. So sometimes you try to come up with something new and inventive, a new little shtick, a new little gimmick, a new little segment. And I don't know if this is going to land or not, but I'm going to try. And I am going to say it is inspired by the fact that Amy Lawrence, who does the show before ours here on the Fan Upstate and the Infinity Sports Network, they were having a chuckle about the Darren Waller music video. And I am a little disappointed in me, Great One, that I didn't get to the Darren Waller music video yesterday. Of course, for those of you who don't necessarily know the backdrop, Darren Waller was married to WNBA star Kelsey Plum. They got divorced not too long ago. Kelsey Plum has responded by going out and being amazing. She was already hot, but let's say exaggerating the assets a little bit in her pregame wardrobe selections. She has decided to enter her rebound era, pardon the pun. And then there's Darren Waller, who went and released a music video with the most auto-tuned song, so auto-tuned that even T.I. listened to it and was like, whoa, that's a little much, my guy.
So there's a reason. So I think maybe you didn't touch this because you were having Jacksonville memories and you understood what Waller's going through.
So I don't know why Darren Waller and Kelsey Plum hit the bricks. The smoke, the tea, as they say on the Twitter right now.
Do they? I haven't seen that, but I must roll with, an older audience.
Yeah, you do. And that's okay.
It is my demo. So, the
tea is that Darren Waller was maybe getting a little side action, right? Getting a little hanky-panky off on the skids.
Professional basketball players don't do that.
He's a professional football player, and yes, he does.
Wait, he plays football?
He does. Plays is a strong word. Is on a football team.
I got to be honest here. I didn't know.
Darren Waller said, yes, he's a very good tight end.
Is he?
Currently, I believe, with the New York Football Giants.
You believe. So you didn't know either.
No, I did know because he was with the Las Vegas Raiders, and he was damn good to the point that I was openly advocating for the Saints to bring him down a couple of years ago before we ended up with every collection of trash cans that's not Taysom Hill we have right now.
Curious how many people actually knew what sport he played.
Dude, Darren Waller was a very good receiving tight end for a while. Like, very good. Like, the Raiders leaned on Darren Waller for a long time.
So you're saying that there are more tight ends in football than Kittle and Kelsey?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Darren Waller just last year had 52 receptions for 552 yards and averaged about 50 yards a game through the air. As a tight end, is pretty good as tight end numbers go. So Darren Waller.
Is it though?
Yes.
If you say so.
Yes. I understand you have Travis Kelce. The rest of us peons out here in not Kansas City, good job disrespecting the whole league, have to deal with that. So Darren Waller releases a music video that is so painfully auto-tuned that even I already made the T.I. joke, didn't I? Whatever. Even T.I. listened to it and went, a little heavy on the auto-tune, my dude. And it is, we're going to go with interesting. We're going to go with interesting. And inside of that, inside of those lyrics, it was very poetic. It was very poetic. And then there were some more lyrics that dropped that I think I want to go lyric by lyric through this song and discuss this music video as a whole, because it's It's frankly spectacular.
So you want to break it down as a musician. It's not making fun. It's a first effort by a young budding artist, and you want to use your expertise to break it down.
I think we can help Darren Waller a little bit here.
I've written hundreds of songs, so I probably can
like
help.
6 of them were serious too.
What, my songs?
Yeah.
No, actually, all my real songs are serious.
I've only been exposed to the Waffle House Serenade.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Which is a genuinely good country music song. I hate to acknowledge it because it just gives you fuel for your stupid anti-country music fire.
Yeah, country is easy.
Anyway, we'll talk about it. There's some gems out there. So we'll get to the Darren Waller music video. Also, Darren Waller said on an Instagram session last Friday night that he's probably going to step away from football after having a career worst year with 52 snags for 552 yards last year.
It's a good move since I didn't know that he actually played football. So.
I feel like that's a you thing, not a Darren Waller thing.
I think you're wrong. I think there's a lot of people didn't know he played football.
No, I don't. I would make the argument.
There's no way we can either one of us prove it.
I'm going to go with Darren Waller last year was a top 12, maybe top 10 tight end in the NFL. I would challenge you to name me 9 tight ends better than Darren Waller.
You look like you're looking at the list right now. So
because I was looking at I was already going to say top 10 because I do believe he is.
Okay.
Again,
all right.
I was an advocate to get him.
So I'm not falling for that because you're looking at the list.
I don't need you to fall for anything. I can prove it.
Okay, but you were going to ask me
fine.
if I thought.
Go pull a list and tell me 10 tight ends better than Darren Waller. You can't do it because there's not 10 better. Not knowing Darren Waller's Alonzo thing, not a Darren Waller thing.
No, I think there are a lot of people who don't know who he is until now.
No. I think you have a thing.
It's the equivalent of knowing the left guard on your team. Who's the left guard on the Saints?
Who the hell knows right now?
Exactly.
Diadus is going to play left guard. I'm so mad at Rashad because I haven't been able to get Diadus out of my head for 6 weeks now. It's infuriating. Kittle, Kelsey, Andrews, Hawkinson, Laporta, McBride, Ferguson. I'm going down the list and I'm thinking Cole Kmet.
I've heard of Cole before.
Cole Kmet with Chicago.
I've heard of Kmet before. Those other guys, no.
And I think that Dalton Schultz.
I've heard of him.
And I think that might be Dallas Goedert.
It's Goddard.
Whatever.
Yeah. I've heard of him.
And that might be my list. That might be my list of tight ends better than Darren Waller.
I don't know. Our Ginger, who is no longer with the Panthers, I guess.
I can't put him higher than Darren Waller.
Hayden Hurst.
I can't put him higher than him.
If he's healthy, definitely better.
No, he was healthy last year until he wasn't. He wasn't doing a damn thing.
Dude,
what? He was doing nothing before he got his bell rung.
Because Oompa Loompa was trying to throw him the ball.
Yes, blame Bryce. Definitely blame Bryce. When tight ends ordinarily excel with rookie quarterbacks because they're the emergency valve, Hayden Hurst was widely lambasted for doing nothing by both fans and analysts alike.
You remember he got hurt really bad. And it was, if I recall, it was concussion related.
Correct. Right. And before that, he was doing nothing. That was my point.
And that was either the
offensive
coordinator's fault or it was the quarterback's fault.
Yes, it can't possibly be the fact that he just wasn't good in that offense. That couldn't be it. It's got to be somebody else's fault.
Rob, who was good in that offense?
That's fair, but not the point. Not the point. Hey, speaking of the Cats, David Tepper would like Charlotte residents to give him $650 million+ to renovate Bank of America Stadium, which, I get because David Tepper brought live music to Charlotte. Am I right, Panther fans? Am I right? $650 million to bring renovations to BOA. And this is a weird conversation because on one hand, I got the folks popping off on Twitter yesterday, like my Copart Diesel in the afternoons.
That's a thing now.
It totally is a thing now. Like my Copart Diesel in the afternoons who got on Twitter last night, and he was like, how dare you? The audacity of one David Tepper. He about hit him with the about hit him with the entire Pat McAfee. David Tepper, you son of a... How dare you ask for $650 million? And I thought to myself, this is an interesting conversation because on one hand, if I am a resident of Charlotte, North Carolina, I probably am a little hurt, upset, in my feels about this. On the other hand, I have made the point before, do you believe that a stadium is an investment in a community or do you not? Because if you believe that, it does indeed bring jobs and it does indeed bring people from afar. And oh, by the way, stadiums aren't just utilized for 8 to 10 NFL games a year. They also do bring in massive concerts. Garth Brooks played that stadium last year. He put 70,000+ people in it, along with George Strait and along with the Foo Fighters and Taylor Swift.
When's the last time they had a winning team there? I mean, and then you expect people to pay money.
No. Wait.
When's the last? So if you have a better facility, then the team will be better? No.
I think it is spectacular that you walked right past the thing that I just said to go back to the thing that I was already saying. What I'm saying here, great one, is we as football fans tend to look at an NFL stadium and think of 8 days a year, whereas a stadium has a much larger event. There are more music concerts in 6 months than there are football games in an entire year. Now, there is also the Duke's Mayo Bowl and the whatever kickoff classic, and there's a number of the ACC championship game. There are probably, I would estimate, 15 to 20, when you include state championship games at the high school level, let's say 20 to 25 football games a year. There are 20 to 25 concerts in a 6-month span at BOA. And so the question mark is Dave Tepper, who has produced a garbage football team for the last decade, is he justified in asking for over $500 million from the city to invest in a stadium that also holds double that many events of other types?
Hey, Rob, is it a football stadium?
No, it is a stadium that has football games in it. It is a stadium. Okay. We as fans like to declare things ours. It's our stadium. It is, in that it is Panther branded.
It's not my stadium, but the stadium was built to facilitate an NFL team. Yes. I wish that one played there.
Yes, it was built to facilitate an NFL team. But what does it facilitate now? 50 concerts, not 50, but probably 40 concerts here. And oh, by the way, a wholesale MLS team that is bringing in more people than the Panthers do.
All right, so it's a soccer stadium. I'm okay with that.
It is a stadium.
It's a soccer stadium.
It's a stadium. And so
if he wants money to build up the soccer team, that's fine. But don't talk about the football team that hasn't won in years.
I don't think he did. I think he said we want $650 million for stadium upgrades. And this is one of those interesting places where the circle of sports and the circle of politics overlap just a little bit, and you have to address it. So we'll talk about that later on in the show and a whole lot more. Texter said, Rob, do a poll. More people definitely know Waller for football than for his crappy music video. Yes, that is absolutely
Or
correct.
Third choice, don't know him at all.
No, I think hardcore NFL fans absolutely know Darren Waller.
Wow. So, okay. All right. It's okay. Damage supposedly done. It's not, but you know, that's
Darren
fine.
Waller spent about 3 years as one of the best wide receiving tight ends in the NFL.
Uh-huh.
He did.
Mm-hmm. He's not Travis Kelce or George Kittle.
There it is. This is just
I already said that.
This is Kansas City supremacy, and I won't stand for it.
Well, when you're that good and that much better than everybody else at certain positions, it makes everyone else who plays that position seem pedestrian or unknown, if you will.
Alonzo's out here disrespecting the whole league. I won't stand for it. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It's the Fan Upstate. Oh, I nailed that.
No, there should be music playing underneath the liner there, and just
Now we had a dramatic flair.
No, I get that, but I can't keep us on time if you talk all the way through the bed.
You brought up the Kelce thing. You think I just had to let that float?
I had
your disrespect.
I had to defend myself.
Your disrespect of the whole
I had
league.
to defend myself.
At least you gave At least you gave old NFL boy or old WWE boy some love there.
George
At least Kittle got into
Yeah.
the mix.
Those two are 1 or 2 in most people's list.
No, I think they're 1 and 2 on everybody's list.
No, I'm going to go with most people because there's probably some Darren Waller fans out there.
I mean, after that music video, how could you not be? He's like the Drake of tight ends. Is Drake still big, or did Drake get cooked enough that we don't talk about him anymore?
He's from Canada, right?
He is from Canada.
Yeah, I don't care. Because Bryan Adams is from Canada, then just about everybody from Canada is on a list for me, except for Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is fine.
Bret Hart love.
He doesn't wrestle anymore. I don't know if you knew that. Goldberg took care of that.
Goldberg had some words for Bret Hart the other day. Goldberg is
Did he
completely
really?
has zero self-realization. Yeah, he called him that he called him that Pat McAfee from Canada.
Ooh, maybe Goldberg's going to wrestle Pat McAfee.
Pat can't get killed live on TV.
Maybe he'll call him something after he beats him.
Goldberg is the absolute proof that booking matters more than anything else.
Who's the top 10 tight end? Cole Bryson or Diesel? Well, Diesel, because Cole's way too short to be a tight end. Although, I have no idea how tall Diesel is.
The Rob Brown Show continues. It's the Fan Upstate, Rob and Lonzo. Genuine question.
As opposed to all those disingenuous questions that you usually ask.
I ask a lot of disingenuous questions for the sake of making a part. It's a rhetorical device that I employ frequently.
Ooh, a rhetorical device. But then they're not really questions then if they're rhetorical, right?
I mean, they are still questions. They are just questions for which I don't require an answer.
Okay. All right.
Because in stating a rhetorical question, the answer is implied, or at least it is assumed that the answer is the point. I think. That's why I employ
straighten your clip on when you're doing that.
I mean,
clip on tie.
Yeah, no, I know what you meant.
Well, there's some sick people out there that.
No, that's a strap on. That's different.
What are you talking about?
That's a different thing. Today's going to be a weird day. I read the Darren Waller song lyrics, and now I'm just on a different plane of existence right now. And also it's only 5:20, so my mom's not listening yet. I can get away with it.
And by the way, please be careful if you're just getting up and getting ready to head out. It's nasty out there. I saw a truck, the beginning of a guardrail. Somehow it spun sideways and got wrapped a little bit around the beginning of a guardrail.
Oh, so he was screwed before he got there.
Yeah, it was not good.
No, it's not good.
And when it's getting a little loose out there for me, I know there's a lot of standing water on the road.
I appreciate the use of the NASCAR term there.
Absolutely.
Well done.
When it feels a little loose,
well done.
Then it's time for me to slow down.
Put some wedge in it, Lonzo. You got to put a little wedge in the back end.
Yeah, after seeing that truck and things started getting a little loose, it's like, you know what? I can be ready in 5 minutes at work. I'm taking my time.
Per our conversation in the last segment about Darren Waller, both as a legendary musician and a top 10 tight end in the National Football League. How important? I didn't plan on this, but hey, sometimes the show does itself. How
It's
important?
like the Constitution. It's a living, breathing thing.
It is. It is. I will tell you guys, I put together a show list of topics every day and use about 10% of it. All right. How important in the National Football League is the tight end nowadays? Because to me, it's still a 10. It's a top import. I would rather have an elite tight end and one great wide receiver than I would have a pedestrian tight end and 3 top-notch wide receivers.
Really? I think it depends on the offense. It absolutely does, because some offenses use tight ends more.
I don't disagree.
And if it's a running offense, tight ends are basically, tackles.
I don't disagree. But I would also say, in my opinion, it's because of that equation works the other way around. In my opinion, tight ends aren't utilized in every offense because there's not that many elite tight ends. There's not. Yesterday, Fox Sports dropped their list of the top-ranked fantasy tight ends for the 2024 season. And I found the list very interesting. It goes like this. They have Sam Laporta as the number 1 most valuable fantasy tight end in the NFL.
Okay, who's he play for? I've heard of him, but I don't know who he plays for.
I think my point about Darren Waller is now confirmed, but the answer is the Detroit Lions.
Well, by the way,
who utilized him heavily last
I pointed
year.
out that there's really only 2 tight ends in the NFL. I've said that from the beginning, and that's George Kittle and Travis Kelce. So it's not unusual or it's unexpected that I didn't know who he played for.
I don't listen. My issue is not with not knowing Sam Laporta off the top of your head, because he was a rook last year. A damn good rook. A rook that, honestly, to me, made Detroit's offense go. Everything that they accomplished with Jared Goff last year, I think it was all connected back to Sam Laporta. And it's great that he's listed as the number 1 fantasy football tight end headed into the 2024 season, because he's exactly the guy that I was going to use to make my point here. Sam Laporta last year played in 17 games. He had 86 receptions on 120 targets for 889 yards. He was good for a 10.3 yards per reception number. He had 10 touchdowns on the season. That's a rookie.
But that's a rookie on a good team with a running back that had over 1,000 yards, another receiver that had 1,500 yards. So if you are a tight end on a team with a very good running game and with a good receiver, you're going to get yards like that.
No, you're not. He's the only one that did it. He's the only one that did that.
He is not the primary, though, is what I'm saying. He's not the primary receiver.
No, he's not the primary receiver.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
So that we're clear, the only tight end that is the primary wide receiver is yours. You're the only team with the tight end as the number 1 target for a quarterback.
Was a guy back in the day named Gronkowski.
I'm talking about back in the day. I'm talking about right now. There is, and for the record, I don't think Gronk was the number 1 target for Tom Brady. I just think he was the most effective. I do think Travis Kelce is the number 1 target for Patrick Mahomes. And I also think that if Xavier Worthy ends up being the guy that you guys thought he was when you traded up to get him, Travis Kelce won't be the number 1 receiver anymore.
You mean the fastest man in the NFL in the history of the NFL? That guy?
That's the guy.
Okay, all right.
That's the guy. You do know that being fast does not mean you can catch.
That is true.
That was a big problem for Al Davis, the draftee, for a while when my man was going out there and getting Darius Hayward-Bay because he was the fastest guy in the NFL at the time. The problem is if you are a wide receiver, you must be able to receive. It's kind of right there in the name. The only TE in the game who is wide receiver option number one is Travis Kelce. And even last year, towards the end of the year, I would argue, great one, you may be more qualified to speak on this than me. Even towards the end of the year, when Rashee Rice started to break out a little bit towards the end of the regular season for Kansas City, Travis Kelce's target went down dramatically. And Rashee Rice became wide receiver priority number one because a tight end should never be your first target. He should be your escape. That's not to say there won't be plays that are designed to make him target number one. But within an offensive scheme, even as important as I argue that a tight end is, your TE should never be your wide receiver one. Sometimes they got to be. Sometimes you scheme them to be on individual plays, but for the offense as a whole, they just should not be. Sam Laporta is not the wide receiver priority for the Detroit Lions. And you are correct. With Samra Brown on the outside, with Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield, absolutely, Sam Laporta becomes a problem for defending defenses. A tight end should be schemed into being effective. There are some tight ends, it's a small list, some tight ends who are just so damn athletic that they are capable of utilizing wide receiver skill sets to make themselves a bona fide target on every snap. But the overwhelming amount of tight ends in the National Football League must be schemed open. You have to design an offense to get them open. You have to utilize your wide receivers, your running backs, your whatevers in order to get the tight end in a position that if there is an emergency for the quarterback, the tight end is schemed open. There are a few tight ends that are capable of that. So here's the tight end fantasy football ratings for 2024. Sam Laporta 1, Travis Kelce 2, Trey McBride 3. Trey McBride, I'm going to tell you how Trey McBride is number 3. If Marvin Harrison Jr. is the guy they drafted him to be. If Marvin Harrison Jr. is the guy they drafted him to be, Trey McBride becomes wildly valuable. Why? Because no matter where Marvin Harrison Jr. is on the field, he's pulling a defense that way. He's like, I have referred to in the past, and I will do it again here. A great wide receiver has gravitational pull. They're like a black hole. They have gravitational pull. The better they are, in science dork terms, the more density that they have to impact the field. So if I've got a top flight, if I've got a Samra Brown, if I've got a Justin Jefferson, if I line him up out wide, there is a gravitational pull on the defense. DBs have to shift that way. They have to move with that guy. Linebackers then have to be able to flow into the holes that are created by those DBs covering up that guy. And that's where your tight ends come from. That's why if Marvin Harrison Jr. is that guy, Trey McBride will be that guy. Mark Andrews 4th, George Kittle 5, Dalton Kincaid 6, Kyle Pitts 7, David Njoku 8, Evan Ingram in Jacksonville 9. Jake Ferguson is number 10.
Where's Darren Waller?
Well, he's retiring, so he's not. They've got him right now listed as 29th, but that's because he's probably going to be stepping away, is my guess. Because, no, you're not convincing me that the second string tight end for the Chicago Bears is a better option than Darren Waller. He's not. That's just a dumb thing to say.
Oh, you said he was top 10.
I know he is if he plays.
Okay.
If he plays.
Okay.
But he's on the retiring list. All right, we'll talk more about this later in the show. I think tight end is arguably the most valuable position that so many people fail to value in the NFL. I don't know what we're talking about next. Something good next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Fenway Pack.
Huh. Okay. Well, I can't edit it if it won't let me. Apparently, we've been in a chapter for the last 35 minutes. Cool. Augusta. Not Augusta. Augusta. Everybody else been saying it wrong.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? Hi, this is Dr. Elliot Hirschman with New Life Weight Loss, and we know the secret. Our unique program makes it easy to lose weight, get healthy, and get your energy back naturally, safely, and effectively. If you'd like to lose unhealthy fat without counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no HCG.
Chris came and fixed my laptop afterwards, so it wasn't my fault. There was a setting because of the
What was the problem?
docking station.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. It was a stereo mix instead of he explained it to me and I'm just like, yeah, just fix it. And I asked him, so next time if it does it, if I just unplug it from the dock, should it work? And he said yes. So I never had that problem on Zoom. And that's the first Google meeting I've ever been to. Have you had a Google meeting before?
That was my first Google meeting.
Worked fine for you, but you were on your phone. I wonder if it would have worked if you would have been at work on your laptop and plugged into the hub. I think my laptop's just weird. That's the reason why. I think Chris also purposefully makes things on my laptop not work, so he has to come and fix them.
That is a hell of a conspiracy theory.
Well, when he gets in there and starts messing with it and does a bunch of stuff to it, you don't think he puts some backdoor problems in there? Just to
Do
mess
I think
with me?
Chris adds more work to his plate? No.
No. It's a hero complex.
I need a hero.
You know, I have to call for the hero to come in and save me. I know I'm giving him probably more skill than he possesses, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly.
What's up, stream? Sorry, my ears hurt, so I'm gonna have to get me some sweet oil. I'm going to the doctor. Give me some sweet oil. You ever put sweet oil in your ears?
I don't even know what that is. So no.
They know. You guys know what sweet oil is. You put it in your ears and you put some cotton in there, and then your ears get better.
The Rob Brown Show continues here on the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, Lonzo, and you. I was going to do this later on in the show, but what the heck? What the hey? Let's just do it now. Because we, at this point in the show yesterday, talked a little bit about the controversy that is brewing within the WNBA. And for the record, I do want to say to WNBA fans and to a lot of the media that are covering this, that maybe aren't as involved in sports media elsewhere. Yes, I know it can be frustrating because you want the WNBA to be discussed as sports. These are athletes doing athletics. We should be celebrating athletes doing athletic things. And I totally agree with you, but I also need you to recognize one thing, and that is that the WNBA is being discussed the way that men's professional athletic events are discussed now. All this drama that is going on around the WNBA right now is the same kind of crap that is discussed in the land of men's sports all the time. All the time. Go look at any top national website right now, and somewhere up there, there's gonna be some story that is based around drama. It is inevitable. And this is just the WNBA's first foray into that. I am not going to argue, and this is going to be a piece of the conversation coming up here in just a few minutes. I am not going to argue. There are absolutely a group of people out there that are rooting for the WNBA to fail because they are women. There are absolutely groups of people out there that have picked their favorite side of the debate based on race, ethnicity, sexual orientation. 100%. That is just a verifiable fact. But I'm also going to point out that professional sports come with a certain level of drama, inevitably and invariably. Watch the NFL, college football. Last year, the last 2 years. I'll give you an example that hits real close to home. Shane Beamer versus the University of Kentucky and Mark Stoops, their head coach, because you got the silly dancing and funny sunglasses comments, and then you got Shane going to them and beating them in their house and doing what? Putting on the funny sunglasses and dancing in the locker room. It's just drama all the time. Welcome to sports. It's just drama. Whether it is in-game drama or out-of-game drama, every professional and high-level sport has drama. So, to the WNBA fans that are upset right now because you're like, yo, why can't we just talk ball, right? Welcome to my world for the past handful of years. Why can't we just talk ball? The answer is something that it took me a very long time as a host to learn. And it's something that you are going to be learning over the next couple of years, assuming that the popularity of the WNBA stays where it is now and does not decrease. The answer is because we, as human beings, we love drama. We love drama. You know how I know we love drama? Movies. And movies are drama, right? By definition, movies are drama. We love drama. Whether it's a drama of a small town rocked by murder, or she was a girl, he was a boy, and when they met, sparks flew. Drama. It's still drama. It's good drama. It's happy drama, positive drama, rom-com drama. But it's right because in every, she was a girl and he was a boy in a small town. Every time that happens, what ends up happening within that movie? There's a miscommunication that causes drama. She sees him with some other girl down at the county fair and goes off. That's a different kind of drama.
No. Well, I mean, you know,
she sees him.
Suddenly that person disappears from the fair and no one can find out why.
I don't think we're watching the same rom-coms. She sees him at the county fair with some other girl and she goes off on a handle and she's out there just burning that relationship to the ground. And then they meet up a few days later and he's like, why are you mad at me? And she's like, you know I am mad at you. And then she pushes him away and then he's confused. So he goes off to get back to the dating scene. And then she finds out 2 days later, that was his sister and she's gay and they're not to get like, and then you got the drama of them giving. We love drama. We love great drama. I just wrote a great movie, by the way.
Trying to figure out why his sister had to be gay in order to make it even better. Because never mind.
I just wrote a great script. All right, just run with it. We love some drama.
It sounds like every script out there for a rom-com.
Nerds.
There hasn't been a good rom-com in forever.
Nerds love. Yes, there has. You don't rom-com.
When did you last rom-com?
Everything with Ryan Reynolds that's not Deadpool.
Well, you might consider Deadpool also a rom-com.
Crazy Rich Asians, good rom-com. Enjoyed it. I'm going to put Forgetting Sarah Marshall as probably like a top 3 all-time rom-com.
Dude, that's like
love that movie.
30 years old.
I understand that. I'm not saying it's recent. I'm saying it's I was just looking up a list and I enjoyed that movie quite a bit.
So you're looking up rom-coms because you have it. Okay. All right.
I mean, why not? I was just curious. What is the last great rom-com? Point of all of this
Monday
is
Night Raw.
I see you, Liv Morgan. I see you. The point here is we love drama, and the WNBA is producing an immense amount of drama right now with the Kennedy v. Caitlin saga, right? So I understand that there's this one group of fans of the WNBA that are like, hey, oh, dude, Wesley, you're exactly right. Had to lose a guy in 10 days. Is top notch.
How long is
it's
that?
art. It's art.
That's what, at least a decade.
That's like 2 decades, bro. I was in like middle school when that dropped.
I'm just guessing. I've never seen it.
Oh, it's
I know what it's about. I've seen bits and pieces. So,
Lonzo won't watch it now.
By the way, I'm not. Yeah, you're right. I won't because I know about it.
What happens? Give me any storyline. Give me any piece of the puzzle. She loses a guy in 10 days.
She finds out that she doesn't really want to lose him because she actually falls for him.
All right, like come on, that's the obvious one.
But
why? What's the storyline? There's a man dressed like a bat and he fights crime.
No,
technically.
There's a bet involved, I think, and she tries to do things to get rid of him. And, and then.
All right, fine. That's the movie. It's still good. All right.
Okay. All right.
It's still good.
It's kind of described in the title. I mean, but I have seen bits and pieces and I've heard about it.
All right. Now
and I've seen lists of the greatest rom-coms of all time. I watch those things on YouTube when they pop up. I mean,
Texture says, "Don't worry, darling," which is a movie with Florence Pugh in it, actually.
Yeah, and Harry Styles. I hear it's pretty raunchy.
Sweet. So I'm not going to say the segment is not list rom-coms. All right, stop. I appreciate the effort, but the segment is not list rom-coms.
That also was out like 5-6 years ago, I think.
I haven't seen it, but I will put it on the list. Fellas, go ahead, and when it's movie night with the lady, bring a rom-com to the table. All right, do yourself a favor. Trust me on this. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Bring a rom-com to the table. It's appreciated. So the point here is, ladies that are upset, and Monica McNutt, who covers basketball for ESPN, is one of these. And I thought yesterday, when she got into a bit of a headbutting contest with Screaming A. Smith, I think she had a really good point. And frankly, I kind of think my guy SAS got hooked on his own show. Here's the interaction that Monica McNutt and Stephen A. Smith had yesterday. And you guys know how adverse I am to playing Stephen A. Smith clips on this show. I don't do it. I'm going to play this one, and then we'll react.
There are so many layers in this conversation around the way that it's being discussed. No. And yes, Shannon, I know y'all are going to say and Stephen A., I know you just shared that you talked about the WNBA on your program too. You guys may not have said everybody, but the prevailing sentiment for folks that are just joining the WNBA and following women's sports is unfair to the women of this league, to your point, who have laid the groundwork for Caitlin Clark to come in and now take it to the next level. That's all I'm saying in these conversations. Kennedy Carter's behavior is not indicative of the entire league. We are still talking about competition where you are allowed to get a little extra elbow in if you are competing and you do it within the parameters of the game. The game is physical. Caitlin is helping to grow the league. These women understand that, but she cannot be babied as a rookie. That's all I'm at.
All right. Who talks about the WNBA? Who talks about women? Who talks about women's sports more than First Take?
Stephen A., respectfully, with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Wow.
All right, we got to go. You guys.
So did you know
you're my guy, but
who does more than
Stephen A., I'm talking to you. Wow. Don't do that. I'm talking to you about the power that you have.
Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
All right, let's
got
You're my guy, but I'm talking to you.
I got it.
guys, I really appreciate
you my girl, but you've missed a lot of episodes of First Take. You missed a lot.
Stephen A., 3 years ago, you were not talking about the W at this level. Don't do that.
guys.
Nobody was, Monica. You making Stephen A. point,
Guys,
Monica.
hey,
Monica, you making
please
Stephen
let
A.
me do my
point.
job. Please let me do my job.
You hear that? That's the sound of Monica McNutt cooking right now. Now, I would like to bring a point.
She'll never be on that program again, but there's
Yes,
that.
she will, because this is exactly why. What does Stephen A. Smith want? He wants points and clicks and views and listens, and I'm giving it to him right now. They will bring him back on. He is happy to get cooked if it gives him views. That is, ladies and gentlemen, that's the drama in sports.
We'll see.
Okay?
We'll
Even
see. We'll see if she slowly fades out of.
I
being
guarantee
on
you
the
she
show.
won't, because I guarantee you that clip on YouTube gets more views than anything Stephen A. Smith does by himself for a month. And that's all they give a damn about, because it is about drama. This is what I'm saying right now. Even I, guy who goes, ignore this kind of crap, is giving it the attention that they want. That's why she'll be back. She'll be back today. I guarantee you she's on this morning. I guarantee it. She's on this morning. Now, circle back around. We'll put that put a pin in that for just a minute. Monica McNutt has a point. She does. There are assumptions and judgments being passed on the league as a whole by a bunch of people who have never watched it before based on one or two incidents. Caitlin Clark getting the crap kicked out of her as a rookie, which she is. She has now had two different players assessed a escalation in fouls after a game in which that event happened. She had one happen in a game against the Seattle Storm, and she had one now happen, obviously, in that game against the Chicago Sky. So Monica McNutt absolutely has a point. The point is, there are people who have never watched this game who are passing judgment on the league based on 2 or 3 or 4 isolated events. But I would also say to Monica McNutt, sometimes you just got to deal with it, because you know what else is happening? Yes, there's a bunch of people who have never watched the league before who are passing judgment on the league based on 1 or 2 events. You know what else is happening? It's being talked about. That is being played on TV. And let me ask you a quick question. The next time that the Indiana Fever and the Chicago Sky get together, the next time that Caitlin Clark and Kennedy Carter are on the hardwood together, what do you think the ratings of that game are going to look like? Real good, dude. At least relative to the other WNBA games, those ratings are going to be real good. So it's an interesting spot, because Monica McNutt is spot on. Guys like Stephen A. Smith, we're not talking. Guys like me, I am an advocate. I am a fan. I have been watching more WNBA than most people I know. I am a fan. But even I will acknowledge, was not talking WNBA 2 years. I wasn't talking about it last year. Why not? Because by and large, the people don't care.
By the way, he went on his podcast later and basically said that no one would know who these women are without First Take.
Yeah, of course he does. Because he's, again, searching for attention. That's the job. Our job is to get attention. I've said that before. Even me, who advocates against hot take radio. I hate hot take radio. There's my hot take. I hate hot take radio. I advocate against it, but I also recognize my job is to get attention. It just is. And that the easiest way to do it, because of you people, hot takes are the way to get attention. Here's Stephen A. Smith proving it. Here's Monica McNutt proving it. Now, here is what I would say to Monica McNutt and Diana Taurasi and all these folks who have been paid paying attention to, advocating for, yada, 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 the WNBA for years. You are correct. I was not talking about it 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. I mean, I did to some degree. Like when Diana Taurasi went to the league, I talked about it a little bit. When, South Carolina would send a great player to the league, we talk about it. But let's be real. Did we spend any time talking about Aaliyah Boston last year in the WNBA? Nope. Did we talk about Asia Wilson in the WNBA her rookie year? Nope. Caitlin Clark has escalated the conversation to heights it's never seen before. And I think the old guard WNBA fans, you have two options here. You can either A, embrace it and utilize it as a platform to grow the sport to the point where it is no longer capable of being ignored, or you can go, we don't want it talked about this way. We don't want you dialed in on this. We don't want you talking about this. And realize we do that in the men's game too. We do that in the NBA all the time. The biggest conversation right now going on in the NBA is not Boston and Dallas. You know what it is? You know what the conversation that dominated social media was yesterday? One guy on TV, one person said Steph Curry is not a top 10 all-time NBA player. One guy said one guy is not an all-time NBA player, and it dominated social media yesterday. We are 2 days from the NBA Finals, and one guy with one take about one player dominated the landscape for a day.
Was that guy not a famous former NBA player?
He was. It doesn't matter what his qualifications are. It's one guy had one take about one player 2 days before the NBA Finals, and it's all the WNBA fans talked about. So, ladies, WNBA old guard, I want you to listen to me. I'm going to give you some free advice before we go to the break. Let the people talk about the drama. Let them dial in on the drama. Let them focus in on the drama, because the drama is what brings eyeballs to your sport. And then once you've got them watching for the drama, then go play great basketball and hook them because of the competition. There's your free advice from some idiot with a microphone. I was almost going to say, here's another idiot with a microphone, but then I'm like, don't do that.
I was waiting.
Don't do that.
Oh, go ahead.
Here's not an idiot with a microphone, Lonzo with a sports flag. Man, that was almost real bad.
For you, yeah. The college baseball super regionals are set after a round of elimination games yesterday. Evansville knocked off ECU 6-5 and will face number 1 overall Tennessee in Knoxville. UConn dominated Oklahoma 7-1 and will head to Tallahassee to face FSU. UNC beat LSU 4-3 in 10 innings and will face West Virginia. Oregon State outlasted UC Irvine 11-6 and will play Kentucky. And Clemson knows their opponent as Florida beat Oklahoma State 4-2 and will travel to South Carolina for the Supers. The University of Texas is the first team in the Women's College World Series after knocking off Stanford 1-0 yesterday. University of Florida survived with a 9-3 win over Oklahoma, and the two will play again today, with the winner progressing to the finals alongside the Longhorns. The finals begin tomorrow. Hey, check out Wire to Wire today. Cole Bryson Dees will get you up to date on the latest local and national sports news, and it's all Wire to Wire. Augusta Road. On this august occasion, let us talk to you about Augusta Road.
Of all experience levels step up their game. Legacy Golf at District Park, powered by TrackMan, 201K Drive in Easley. DistrictParkSC.com.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Friday afternoon when I can spend another weekend and say whatever, or I can hop into my all-new Hyundai Santa Fe and flip the road. With available H-Track all-wheel drive and 3-row seating, my whole family can head deep into the wild. Conquer the weekend with all-new Hyundai Santa Fe.
Now. 40-Year-Old Virgin. Great movie. Genuinely funny movie.
Was it a rom-com though?
I would say it's a rom-com.
Mm,
I would.
never seen it. Know all about it though.
Oh, it's great.
Kelly Clarkson.
Steve Carell's hilarious in that movie. I would argue 40-Year-Old Virgin. Steve Carell was already famous at that point, but I would argue that's the one where everybody's like, okay, this guy can be really
I don't
funny.
find him that funny.
I love
I put him in the category of Will Ferrell and some other guys where some movies are good, other ones are not so much, and it's about the script more so than it is them.
Honestly, I'm trying to think of a Steve Carell project I didn't love. Where do we rank Steve Carell on the hierarchy of comedy actors?
Why do you get offended if I don't like someone that you like? Because it's like I did the worst thing in the world, because in your head I think you think everyone likes that guy, and I just don't like him. I think he's kind of lame. Because
I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
I'm sure there are people I like that you're just like, why in the world would you like that guy?
I mean, probably.
Yeah, I mean,
probably.
We can be similar and way different when it comes to and comedy. I think is you can have two people that are like completely alike, but then comedy shows up and they have totally different opposite ends as far as what they like in comedy.
Oh, for sure. Listen, comedy is ultimately very subjective. I will tell you right now, like I not recently discovered, but like I've gone on an Anthony Jeselnik kick. You know who that is?
No.
All right, Anthony Jeselnik.
I haven't watched stand up in a while. I'm more of a dry comedy, British, that kind of stuff.
So Anthony Jeselnik is a very dry comedian, but he is super dark comedy. Like super dark comedy, like offensively dark comedy. He's the comedian that if you watch this guy and you are in any way, shape, or form capable of being offended, he's gonna find it and he's gonna blow it up. And it's to me, it's great. It's phenomenal. To me, there should not be limitations on comedy. Comedy should not have limitations other than be funny. But again, funny is subjective. There are just some people that, to me, transcend and should be funny to everybody.
Robin Williams.
Absolutely. In fact, I would say probably number one on that list. Like Robin Williams could talk to anybody. His golf skit from his Live on Broadway, one of my favorite pieces of comedy of all time. He can be Aladdin on one hand, the genie from Aladdin on one hand, and be completely kid-friendly and fine. And then there's Death to Smoochie on the other hand, which is one of my all-time great movies, and he's the reason why.
All right, Wesley says if I say I don't like The Office, he'll be offended. Get offended. I mean, Rob tried to get me into it. I couldn't get past the first season. I could not. And when someone says, well, if you get into season 2,
that is definitely true.
I think you're acknowledging that the first season was not that good.
Not that it's
and you've got to hook me in the first couple episodes or you're not going to keep me.
Not that it's not good. It's just like anything else, you got to find your footing. You got to find your identity, right? I think it was its rookie season. Sometimes you got to find, it takes your rookie year to establish your identity a little bit. The Office, Parks and Rec, the exact same way. Parks and Rec, to me, I like Parks and Rec now more than I like The Office, but I also acknowledge season 1, its rookie season, was not that good. It didn't have its identity yet.
I've watched bits and pieces of Parks and Rec and think it's 1,000 times better than The Office.
I wouldn't go 1,000. I would also say Parks and Rec, as much as I love The Office, Parks and Rec has a higher rewatchability than The Office. But I also have rewatched The Office probably 8 times as a series. So anyway, I don't know. I do know how that came up. I mentioned rom-coms in the last hour as like a passing reference. As like a brief illustration of a point I was making. And then, as it always does, the text line in the chat just immediately blew up with people listing rom-coms. Which, yes, I'm all in for it, but not what we were doing there. Hey, it's 7:04 and a half. It's 7:04 and a half in the morning. You are now 55 minutes and 20 seconds away from having to clock into work. Math is hard, man, especially on the fly like that, right? I couldn't imagine a job where like 3 to 4 times a day I had to down to the second time a moving clock. That would suck so much.
Wow, it would for sure.
Yeah. You are now, wait for it, 55 minutes away from having a clock in at work. And I know what's going to happen. You're going to get there. You're going to go over to the desk. You're going to sit down with your cup of coffee. You're going to pipe back to the emails that the boss sent. And you're going to do that thing where you type out the sentence that you want to respond. And then you're going to hold that backspace button until that sentence goes away. And then you're going to reply, yes, ma'am, I understand. It'll be done by lunchtime. And then you're going to go, screw that. I don't want to do it. You're going to take a break. You're going to walk down the hallway. You're going to head to the break room where the water cooler is. You're going to call over to Pam, who is the office administrator.
This is because you were talking about the office.
That's exactly why I went with Pam, the office administrator. You're going to get with Pam, Pam, big WNBA gal. She's a big fan. Loves some Caitlin Clark in her life, right?
So she's into it. She's not a big W.
You would. You would.
You just said that.
You would. She's a metaphorically.
So she doesn't amble down the hallway to get to the water cooler cheat sheet.
One of my favorite jokes ever. One of my favorite jokes ever. When Phyllis is trying to set Mike up with a date, she's like, she has a great personality. And Mike's like, could she take a ride in a canoe? Could she fit in a canoe?
That's a great question.
It is. It gets to the point without being a terrible person.
He should have said a kayak, though, because that's even more confined.
Anyway, you're going to talk with Pam about what happened last night in the W. The Fever have played 11 games in 20 days. It's no shock Caitlin Clark's performance is going down. I can't play 11 games in 20 days on a damn Xbox. All right?
I could, but she's also getting the mess beat out of her every game.
11 times in 20 days. That's
Bruises
exactly
and
right.
stuff compile, and you know, it will make your shot be off a little.
You get tired legs and you're a 3-point shooter, it's a problem. Hey, water cooler cheat sheet time. That is not the right thing at all, as a matter of fact. Hey, listen, it happens. We got Lonzo all cut up and attacking the office and trying to just bring us all down. And that's what happens.
The playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers say,
I quit.
they take the first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It's the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports. This morning, let's dive right in with hour number 1. Nope, item number 1. We are just falling apart over here.
It's my fault, and I apologize.
Falling apart over here. College baseball, ladies and gentlemen, our regionals are done. They were completed yesterday evening. We had 5 elimination games that took place yesterday afternoon and into the night. We started back on Sunday with an elimination game late at night that saw Oregon State knock off UC Irvine. Oregon State has moved on. They will face Kentucky. Kentucky will host in Lexington the Beavs in that series in the Super Regionals. Then 4 games yesterday afternoon to determine who would move on. We started off the day with the ECU Pirates taking on the Evansville, whatever they are. They're the Purple Aces.
Yeah.
Evansville with the dub. The Purple Aces knock off the Purple Pirates, and Evansville will be rewarded with a trip to Knoxville, Tennessee, to take on the number 1 overall seed, the Tennessee Volunteers. Good luck, Purple Aces, but at least they got to the Super Regionals. A lot of teams can't say that. We had then Oklahoma State taking on Florida. The winner of this game would come on down to little old Clemson to take on the Tigers. Eric Bakich and the crew will welcome in the mighty Gators of Florida. 4-2 winners yesterday over Okie State. The Cowpokes out there in Stillwater. Florida moves on. The Florida Gators, a team that I said and still believe and will remain standing on business, should not have been a team participating in the regionals. I don't care if they made it to the super regionals. They were a game over 500, and results should matter. Results should matter. Florida didn't get them, but they got in and they took advantage of the opportunity. They make it to the super regionals. And yes, despite the fact that I do not think Florida should be in, Clemson, you better be on your guard because Florida's got a couple of dudes in that lineup that can bleeping mash. And if you're pitching, as we talked about with John Blau with the Post and Courier yesterday, if your pitching ain't aces, Florida can put some runs up on the board, and they can do so in a hurry. We're going to break that series down when we get a little closer to it. Then we had a little nighttime action up in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, where the Tar Heels, who trailed the reigning defending undisputed baseball champions of the college baseball world, the LSU Tigers, they trailed them all night until the ninth inning, when they got one back to tie it up 3-3, and they would finish off LSU in the 10th. A 4-3 win for North Carolina, and the Heels will move on to take on West Virginia in the Super Regionals. And we wrapped it up last night with UConn taking on the number 9 seeded Oklahoma Boomer Sooners, and the Sooners will join their state rivals, the Oklahoma State Cowpokes, on the couch during the Super Regionals because the UConn Huskies knocked off the Boomer Sooner last night. UConn 7-1 winners in the regional final. So UConn will move on. They will travel down to Tallahassee, Florida to take on the Noles. Your Super Regionals stack up like this. On the right side of the bracket, UK and Oregon State, NC State and Georgia, Florida and Clemson, Texas A&M, and Oregon. On the left side of the bracket, North Carolina and West Virginia, Virginia and Kansas State, FSU and UConn, and Tennessee versus the Evansville Purple Aces. That's your Super Regional matchups in college baseball. Let's go to item number 2. You know, I can't make fun of anybody else for the branding of their company because I named this show The Rob Brown Show, which is my name in front of the thing that the thing is. Tepper Sports and Entertainment. Original branding there from David Tepper. David Tepper, the owner of
that means
Tepper Sports
and
Entertainment.
Be either he or his wife. So that's
fair.
It's a well thought out thing, I'm guessing.
Tepper S&D and the city of Charlotte announced Monday a proposed partnership that would have the city contribute $650 million for renovations to Bank of America Stadium. In trade for that $650 million, David Tepper would agree to keep the Carolina Panthers in their current location for the next 20 years. The proposal for the long-term partnership took place during the city council's economic development meeting, outlining renovations that would take place between 2025 and 2029. The city council of Charlotte is expected to vote on whether or not to approve the partnership on June 24th. TS&E would have a 20-year non-relocation agreement for the Panthers under the proposal, but there is an out after 15 years. But if Tepper was to enact that out to move the team after 15 years, Tepper Sports and Entertainment would have to pay off the remaining 5 years of the debt if the team moved. This would be the first major renovation since the stadium was completed in 1996, and it would be paid for by sale of PSLs, those permanent seat licenses. You know how you have to buy a ticket to be allowed to buy a ticket that is your season ticket? That's where this would go. The city's contribution would come from a hospitality tax revenue as it relates to tourism-related projects, By law, the contribution will not require any increased or new taxes according to the plan. An additional $688 million would come from Tepper Sports and Entertainment, according to the release. This includes all money owner David Tepper and his company would have invested since Tepper purchased the team in 2018 for $2.275 billion and would bring the total investment in renovations, including a new practice facility that is currently under construction, to more than $1 billion. Renovations to the stadium include brand new seats installed throughout the bottom bowl, improved accessibility throughout the facility, designed and constructed in a way that allows individuals with a range of disabilities to have access without barriers, stadium safety and security enhancements, including illuminated wayfinding and improved lighting, a reimagined South Lawn Pavilion that can be used as a community gathering spot and outdoor classroom on game days and non-event days, upgraded restrooms throughout the stadium for better sustainability, accessibility, and speed of service, an enhancement to the stadium exterior to reaffirm its place as a, quote, iconic, beloved fixture of the Charlotte skyline. Tepper's ownership, he talked about purchasing land to build a new stadium, but ever since then has been on a tangent about refurbishing BOA with a retractable roof or a dome that could host Super Bowls and basketball Final Fours, and maybe, fingers crossed, a WrestleMania or two down the line. We shall find out if that goes in. Finally, item number 3. San Diego Padres infielder Tucupita Marzano is facing a potential lifetime ban from Major League Baseball for gambling on Major League Baseball. MLB reportedly received information that last year, while he was not with the Pittsburgh Pirates, though he was a member of the organization, he was out nursing a shredded ACL last year, and apparently, while he was down and out, was gambling on baseball. Marzano is yet to be formally penalized, but MLB Rule 21 explicitly states that a player who bets on games involving his own team is subject to a lifetime ban, and Marzano apparently bet on the Pirates while he was a Pirates last year. Of course, this comes in the wake of the NBA handing down a ban to Toronto Raptors forward Jonte Porter for disclosing confidential information to bettors, limiting his participation in at least one game and betting on NBA games while playing in the NBA. Baseball also did not announce, but the reports are that there are at least 4 minor league players that are also facing potential discipline for betting as well. This all according to ESPN. Even if a player in the minor leagues is on a team's 40-man roster, he would face a 1-year suspension for betting on major league games, according to that same Rule 21. This is why when the Jonte Porter stuff happened a couple of months ago, and I will flash you back just for prosperity. This is why I said at the time, basketball is going to and has to, as Thor might say, bring the hammer down on a player like Jonte Porter. It is not because they necessarily want to make the first guy who breaks the rules like the biggest name that it happens to, but because you've got to set a heavy precedent. If you give the first guy a 6-month suspension, then the next guy is going to say, you can't give me more than that. But if you hand the first guy, the precedent setter, a lifetime suspension, then every discipline is on the table for you after. You make an example out of the first guy so that nobody wants to be the second guy, but in case something different, maybe not quite as egregious, happens down the line, by giving the first guy a major suspension, you leave everything on the table for the second guy. And that's what happened with Jonte Porter. I also pointed out, this is not just about basketball with NBA. Constantly, the professional leagues all play off of each other. None of them will admit that they do, but they all play off of each other. They all look at what is happening across the other leagues, especially with unprecedented situations. And while players gambling on games is not unprecedented, It is unprecedented now that not only is gambling legal on sports in like the majority of states, and I am willing to bet the rest of them will follow suit sooner rather than later, but it is at a point in time where leagues are partnering up with sportsbooks. You see DraftKings and FanDuel and Prize Picks and all these other organizations partnering up with leagues all over the place. So they wanted to make sure that these players understand, yes, we are partnered with them. Yes, part of the promotion of you and your league and your team does come out of the coffers stacked with gambling money from legalized entities, but you're still not allowed to do it because the integrity of the game is still connected to you. That's why Jonte Porter caught the ban. And that is why I have zero doubt that if it is proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Tucupita Marzano was indeed betting on games, he will be the next. He will be the next. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, quick live reading. We're coming back. Stay right there for me, please. And thank you, BRB. right, dudes and dudettes, we back. salt on my watermelon, but I also salt my oranges, which a lot of people haven't heard of or tried. Have either of you put salt on oranges? I have never put salt on an orange, Stephen. I have never put salt on an orange. I'm down to try it.
I've heard salt on grapefruit, but not orange.
I've heard it on watermelon. I've heard it on grapefruit. I've never heard it on an orange. I'm down to try it. I got some oranges at the house, as a matter of fact. I might try it this afternoon. I'll probably forget, to be honest. But if I don't forget, I'll try it and report back. I will absolutely put salt on a watermelon. If it works on watermelon, I can't see why it wouldn't work on an orange.
Watermelon is sweet. Oranges are orangey.
Orangey.
Scientific.
Oranges are definitely more acidic than a watermelon.
New life in the next break.
Share 1, Lonzo 0. 10-4. Got it. The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate. South Carolina has relieved Mark Kingston of his duties. They parted ways with him yesterday, literally like 2 minutes after we got off the air, right? Like we finished the show, I went and sat down, and they announced that they have moved on. And here's the reality. Not only was it not good enough, but in what is going to be claimed, and I happen to believe that it is true, South Carolina, from the time that I got here, I have been told has a great bit of pride in their baseball team and the success that their baseball team has had or did have over the years. And you got passed this year, right? Like you don't have to like it. And I know as a sports fan that a conversation like this feels inflammatory. I get it. I'm not saying it to sound inflammatory. I'm saying it because I believe it to be true. It is one thing for Mark Kingston to have just 2 trips to the Super Regionals in 7 years. And I had a conversation with Sean Morash about this that I actually want to get into later on in the show. It is one thing to say, we haven't won a title. He's a Rangers guy, and he's all cracked up because his Rangers lost to the Florida Panthers. And he came on the show Sunday morning when I was filling in. He came on the show, and he's like, I can't do it anymore. I'm never going to see a New York team win another championship. We're not built for that. And I'm like, hey, dude, like, I think you're skipping over the fact that Florida's a damn good hockey team. Florida's a real good hockey team, and it's a real well-built hockey team. Like, maybe recognizing that winning a championship is hard to do. And as I have been saying for years, winning a Stanley Cup, to me, is the hardest championship to win of all. It just is. Well, I kind of feel the same way about college baseball, right? But there's levels of acceptability. It is one thing to say we haven't won a national championship since whenever. It is one thing to say we haven't won we haven't won at Omaha since, when was it? Back to back in 2010, 11? Is that right? 9, 10, 10, 11, whatever it is. It's another thing to say we haven't won a super regional or visited a super regional in a while, right? That's a different thing. It is one thing to fire a coach after 7 years because you haven't won a natty. But if your team is constantly making it to regionals and making it to super regionals and winning super regionals and going to Omaha, that's an entirely different story. The reality here is not only has South Carolina not been winning super regionals, Kingston took you to a super regional 2 out of 7 years. That's not awful. There's a lot of teams that wish they had 2 out of 7, but this is one of those times where I think you set different standards for different programs. I think you set different standards based on who the hell you are. This is why everybody in the Dallas not everybody, many people in the Dallas Cowboy franchise are kind of torqued at Jerry Jones all-in comments of this offseason. Because Cowboy fans hold their team to a higher standard, or at least they think they do, than the rest of the National Football League. I think South Carolina fans hold their baseball team to a higher standard than a lot of those teams that look at what South Carolina has, or in the opinion of many Gamecocks, have not accomplished during the 7 years that Mark Kingston has been in charge. But you hold yourself to a higher standard because of the level of history that you have. But there's another factor to this conversation. The other factor of this conversation, I think, is the fact that right now, if I asked you the question, who's the better baseball program, Clemson or South Carolina? If you're a Gamecock fan, can you honestly tell me right now that you are still the premier college baseball program in the state of South Carolina? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. And I really do think that's the trigger that ended up costing Kingston his job. It is not that the success was limited over the past 7 seasons. I mean, that is a big factor. But it is the fact that the success has been limited over the past 7 seasons, and you've been passed by Clemson. They are hosting a regional. They are hosting a super regional. And while I do think that the Florida Gators are absolutely capable of coming to Clemson and beating Clemson and advancing to Omaha, Clemson is the favorite in that series to ultimately win it. And so I think the hair trigger of this season was not the fact that South Carolina did not advance out of a, by the way, pretty good regional. Like as far as the teams that were in go, it was not an awful draw. NC State's a real good team. It is not that you didn't advance out. It's that you didn't advance out again. And right up the road, the more that you sit around and miss out on super regionals, and the more that Clemson is hosting regionals, winning regionals, and granted, I understand before anybody claps back at me, yes, this is the first time in the last 6 tries that Clemson has advanced out of a regional that they have hosted. But they have. And they've been hosting. And that's been a problem. You'll remember, because Arden got a text and said, Rob, we hosted. No, you didn't. You will remember a couple of years back, South Carolina did not host a regional. They hosted in that it was played in their ballpark. But it was played in your ballpark because you had a school that stadium was unavailable that was technically the host, but they had to play it at South Carolina. So, you know, I was looking at this through a football lens earlier. When did folks, Clemson folks, genuinely start asking questions about Dabo Swinney? You can say it is not because of this, but I would make the argument it happened about the same time that Shane Beamer started having recruiting wins. Shane Beamer started having recruiting wins in the state. He started having recruiting wins out of Georgia and North Carolina and Mississippi and Tennessee. When all of a sudden the recruiting classes in Columbia started becoming not top 60, but top 30, top 20, that's when people started looking at Dabo and going, oh, they're gaining ground. I think pressure from the rivalry was what caused this. We'll talk more about this later on in the show. By the way, Mark Kingston, a $400,000 buyout to move on. But I think it was the right decision. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
New life.
All right, guys, one more read and we're coming back. Stay right there for me, please, and thank you.
You startled me.
You were caught up in the dulcet tones of Bill Brooks,
Who isn't?
right?
I was sad that the report was over.
No pushback on that at all from your boy.
He won the California primary on June 5th, 1968. And on that same night, just after midnight and just after accepting his win in the California primary, RFK was leaving the Ambassador Hotel in LA and was shot multiple times. He died the next day. His assassin was a 24-year-old Palestinian who was retaliating for Kennedy's support of Israel in the Six-Day War. This has been a bite out of history with Eagles Market.
What rom-com are we discussing this segment? What rom-com would you like? Can't Hardly Wait.
I think I saw that. Is that like early 90s?
It was. That was more of like a teen rom-com. What was the one with Ryan Reynolds and super hot chick? What's her name?
Wow, you narrowed it down
Miss
there.
Congeniality. Sandra
Bullock.
Yes. The Proposal. I love The Proposal. It's a great movie. Does my theory hold weight? I'm asking that because when I was giving you my theory in the last segment, I looked across at the great one, Lonzo, and he had on his face what I can only describe as a pained expression.
No, that was you're wrong.
Or was that actual pain?
No, it was,
okay.
well, I am in actual pain, but that's normal. Man, my ears hurt. No, you were talking about the doubters for,
Here, let me reset.
Dabo now.
Let me
Yeah, you
reset
should
it,
do
and then we'll
that.
talk about it. Here's the reset of what we were talking about. South Carolina has fired Mark Kingston as the head coach of their baseball program. He had just signed an extension through 2027, and due to that extension, he will receive a buyout of $400,000. Mark Kingston has been in charge of the baseball program for 7 seasons. He has been to the regionals twice. He has failed to reach get out of the super regionals. He has made 2 trips to the super regionals. The Gamecocks have not reached the College World Series since 2012, the last of 3 consecutive trips when Tanner was the baseball coach. Of course, they won back-to-back in 2010 and 2011. So the discussion, the theory that I floated in the last segment is that I believe this is due to pressure applied by rivalries, right? I think that decisions, as much as administrators likely, maybe I'm not going to say never, but likely won't acknowledge it, pressure can be pushed on an athletic department or a franchise to make a decision based on pressure applied by a rivalry. And I genuinely think that is what happened here. I do not think it is exclusively the failure of Mark Kingston to advance out of a super regional. He has made it there twice, but he has not made it out of the supers. And again, it is hard to do. When you get to the super regionals, you are playing a combination of the best college baseball teams in America and the hottest college baseball teams in America. This is why I've said college baseball has the best postseason in all of sports, because unlike Major League Baseball, which is also true, you're facing a combination of the best teams from the year and the hottest teams, the teams that got hot and went on a tear late in the season. But in college baseball, By being one of the best teams, you have the advantage of playing the first 2 rounds, the regionals and the super regionals, at the house, having everybody come to you. But you are also playing multiple teams on the path to get to Omaha. So it is hard to win a regional. It is harder to win a super regional. A lot of top flight teams over the years, teams that were the best or one of the 2 or 3 best all year, get dropped in their regional because they have a real bad weekend, or they get dropped in their super regional because they came up with a team that is just white hot coming in. That's baseball. It happens. It's part of it. But I think that failure compounded with the fact that right down the road, Eric Bakich shows up at Clemson. And Eric Bakich showing up at Clemson ends up coming over from Michigan, and Clemson's good. They're good. This is a guy who at Clemson, and obviously he had been there before. He was way back in 2002. He was an assistant at Clemson, but as a head coach in year number 1, earned a top flight seed from Clemson, earned a hosted regional for Clemson, earned a hosted super regional for Clemson. Did not win the ACC tournament, but as I've said before, I don't particularly give a damn about the ACC tournament because I think the format of the ACC tournament is frankly very stupid. I think it's a stupid format. So I don't care about the conference. I care about the SEC's conference tournament because I think it is set up in a way where it is going to be won by the best team. And I think it was this year in the Tennessee Volunteers, who are like really good. So to me, when you look at a guy who came over and in his first year earned a hosted regional, earned a hosted super regional, has one of the best 8 teams in America, likely, not definitely, but likely is going to Omaha in year number 1. And here you are in 7 years of Mark Kingston. He has not gotten you there. I think it was the pressure of the rivalry that was ultimately the trigger, because I've been told by South Carolina fans, they've wanted to move on from Mark Kingston for a couple of years now. And the Ray Tanner just wouldn't pull the trigger, right? Worried that maybe he was in Al Davis territory of, by pulling the trigger on moving on from Kingston, he has to acknowledge that he made a bad decision to bring Kingston on board as the head coach. So I compared that to Dabo Swinney at Clemson and the inverse of Clemson feeling the pressure from South Carolina. Now, there are, as there were for Mark Kingston, the failure to win a super regional, only two super regionals in 7 years. There are additional factors involving the Dabo Swinney conversation. There is the failure to utilize the transfer portal. There is the failure, while Clemson as a school has embraced NIL, there is the failure of Dabo Swinney to embrace NIL as a recruiting tactic, as most larger schools are doing, etc. But I also pointed out that it may be a coincidence, it may be a direct factor. The pressure on Dabo Swinney, to me, started turning up at about the same time that Shane Beamer started seeing recruiting wins at South Carolina. Now, that's fallen off a little bit. I do not disagree.
This is the part that bothered me before when you started doing it. This isn't the problem with Clemson. They wanted Dabo gone before he started winning championships. Then he won a couple of championships, and that tapered off. It's back because they can't even win the ACC. Has nothing to do with South Carolina out recruiting them. It's the best is the standard, but it's not anymore. Clemson can't even win their own conference. That's why there's noise about Dabo being gone. And another part of it is the outcry about NIL and about the transfer portal. That's just kind of a symptom. The main problem is you can't even win the ACC anymore. So to fans, I believe they're like, okay, time for us to move on. He can't even do that. And, one loss here or there, it sucks. But when you're having multiple losses the last couple of years, that's a problem.
So I've got a couple of responses there. I'm going to push back on the one that jumped out at me the most. And this is one that we may end up butting heads about. And if we do, we'll have to push it to another segment. You said he, quote, can't even win the ACC. I'm going to push back and say that's the wrong phrase to use. I'm going to say he didn't win the ACC.
All right, Clemson was the ACC. They are not anymore. The team has dropped off, and it's mostly because of quarterback play. And you have to factor in, even though people might want to poo-poo it, the fact that they've lost so many coordinators, especially defensive coordinator. You lose that close-knit group of guys that helped you get somewhere, and they have moved on, and I think that's hurt. But when it comes down to it, you can't win the ACC. Now, did Florida State get better last year? Yes, but they're it. You can say Miami, you can say other teams, but they're just noise like they always are every year. Florida State, legit, but that's it. And Clemson should be at least competing for the ACC championship, and they're not.
So again, words are important to me. That is why we get into so many semantics arguments on the show, because I do think words are important. Clemson can win the ACC. They almost did last year. Let's not pretend that they didn't have Florida State on the ropes.
No, they didn't almost win last year. They did not.
Let me rephrase that. You are correct. You are correct. Clemson can win the ACC. They are good enough this year, and the only year that matters is this year, right? That's the old athletic thing. The only game that matters is the next one. The only season that matters is the next one. Clemson is good enough to win the ACC. Whether they do or don't is a different story, but they are good enough to, which is why I do not think that you can bust up on Dabo Swinney for that, because they can win it. Will they? I don't know. Do they have the talent to? They absolutely have the talent to. So,
by the way, you're talking about me. I'm telling you what I'm hearing from fans and their perspective.
I will say the same thing to the fans. I mean, whether it's your particular perspective or not, if any random person says Clemson can't win the ACC, I'm going to push back on that. I will push back on can't.
When's the last time they did?
On won't.
When's the last time they did?
2 years ago.
What,
the season
sure
before
it was
last.
It was like three, wasn't it?
Or three. Again, there is a words difference between can't and did not. Those are, you might not do a thing that you can do. You won't do a thing you can't do, but you might not do a thing you can do. So I think that matters. But the thing that created this conversation to me.
By the way, last championship was in 2020.
2020. God, COVID year? Has it been that long? The conversation to me has to involve, at least for me, it has to involve the belief that at least some of, not exclusively, just like it wasn't exclusively pressure from Clemson that made the decision to fire Mark Kingston, but I do think it was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. I would make the argument when it comes to Dabo that the pressure ratcheted up, not when Shane Beamer showed up to South Carolina, not when Shane Beamer got his first win over Clemson. The pressure ratcheted up when the recruiting struggle for Clemson started to pick up, which I think was driven by the factors of NIL and the portal, and Shane Beamer started winning in recruiting battles. When he started getting offensive linemen and quarterbacks out of Florence and wide receivers to come down.
You're not going to convince me of that, because the only way that that's a factor is if those players that were recruited by South Carolina led to wins. Did they? Have they?
No, but also it is a process and it takes time. Now, whether or not we're too far past the it takes time window, and we're at the point where you got to say results matter immediately now this season, and I think they do, is up for debate. But I do think that winning recruits, even if you're not winning games with those recruits, winning recruits means you are taking recruits away from Clemson, and that's bad for Clemson. So I would ask the question, how much does Clemson's success on the diamond play a role in the firing of Mark Kingston? Just like I would ask the question, how much of the success of Shane Beamer, recruiting-wise, if not on the field, has led to increased pressure on Dabo Swinney? Now there's pressure on Lonzo to nail another sports flash.
Speaking of college baseball, the college baseball super regionals are set after a round of elimination games yesterday. Evansville knocked off ECU 6-5 and will face number 1 overall Tennessee in Knoxville. UConn dominated Oklahoma 7-1 and will head to Tallahassee to face FSU. UNC beat LSU 4-3 in 10 innings and will face West Virginia. Oregon State outlasted UC Irvine 11-6 and will play Kentucky. And Clemson knows their opponent as Florida beat Oklahoma State 4-2 and will travel to South Carolina for the Supers. In college softball, the University of Texas is the first team in the Women's College World Series after knocking off Stanford 1-0 yesterday. The University of Florida survived a 9-3 win over Oklahoma, and the two will play again today, with the winner progressing to the finals alongside the Longhorns. The finals begin tomorrow. Make sure you tune in this afternoon for Wire to Wire, 3 to 7 p.m.
Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar. Nichols Group proud to work with hundreds of local farms and businesses in the communities we call home. Not only does it ensure that you get top-quality fresh items for your family table, it's a way for us to support the amazing individuals who pour their heart and soul into delivering the best that you do. Quality, freshness, community, it's all in the bag. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
Forget the ties and socks. What Dad really wants is the Upstate Golf Cart. 18 holes at 7 of the top courses in the Upstate. And now until Father's Day, the Upstate Golf Cart is on sale. That's right. Grab 2 for just $125. Head over to upstategolfcart.com today. That's upstategolfcart.com.
The dogs and cats at Greenville County Animal Care are just waiting to meet their forever family. We have free Pets for Vets program and quote free adoption regularly. Visit greenvillepets.org to learn about adopting your new forever friend.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or a technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com. 773 Network.
I think it's going to be a really difficult learning curve for Caleb Clark. And I think a lot of people are going to write it off. And I think you should have a lot of games where he turns the ball over 10 times. And a lot of moments where his three's not falling.
I have, when we return, a massive bit of not sports news that you and I are going to take partial credit for.
Okay.
Also, a friend of mine just sent me this picture, and I'm real upset about it. I'm genuinely upset about it. Yes, Shane, I sure did.
Sorry.
No, a black tar heroin joke should absolutely be.
Yeah, I just
should absolutely be one.
It still sticks out to me.
As well as just absolutely cooking my own home state.
Had discussions with well, you did say that you loved them, but I cut that part out because I was pressed for time, so I had to pull something out. We were discussing black tar. I discussed it with other people to see if they had heard of it before. And Chris and Tim argued about what it was, which was fun.
I've said for a very long time that Lonzo and I are indeed influencers. Now, I would certainly say that we are regional influencers. And more often than not, sports adjacent influencers. By the way, I think we should call it, this is not a sports talk show. It's a sports adjacent talk show. But I'm going to claim partial credit for this.
I'm not sure the boss will go for that.
No, probably not. So
why don't we just say it's a sports entertainment show?
It is the most electrifying sports talk entertainment show in all of America.
Absolutely.
I, during breaks, for a variety of reasons, enjoy taking a stroll down the text line of text sent to our brother station, WORD, because those texts range and run a variety of emotions for one Rob Brown. And every now and then, somebody sends in an absolute banger to the other station. Like last week when somebody said Stormy Daniels is hoping for a hung jury. One of the all-time texts to this network as a whole. Like one of the greatest texts the text line hath ever seen. During the break, I was trying to figure out why all of a sudden there were like 19 different texts about Dr. Pepper. I was like, why is there a Dr. Pepper discussion happening right now? Now, the Great One and I have had numerous conversations as we're both fans of Dr. Pepper. Not just the classic. Dr. Pepper, to me, of the zero sugar sodas, Dr. Pepper is my favorite. It is the best. It is the most true to the original in its sugar-free format. So I'm a fan. I will also say that Diet Dr. Pepper mixes exceptionally well with vodka for no specific reason at all. So I'm like, all right, why is there a Dr. Pepper conversation taking place right now? And so I went and I Googled Dr. Pepper just to find out. And what I found out, Great One, is that according to CNN and according to the American Business Journal, Dr. Pepper has just outplayed Pepsi. According to CNN, the title of America's second favorite soda now belongs to Dr. Pepper. Last year, according to the report, it captured 19.2% of the soda market in the United States by volume. Dr. Pepper and Pepsi last year had a split 8.3% market share. Sprite checked in fourth at 8.1%. Diet Coke at 7.8%. This year, the first year that Dr. Pepper has outperformed Pepsi and now holds the title of America's second favorite soda, all of them a distant second place to plain old regular Coca-Cola. Dr. Pepper has moved up the record books, their Great One, and I am going to say that we take full credit for that.
Absolutely. It is, I've mentioned many times, the nectar of the gods. So, I mean, and it's also the drink that the cool kids drink.
It is. It is. I'm a Dr. Pepper guy. I will tell you right now, Dr. Pepper is my go-to mixer of choice. A little Dr. And again, Dr. Pepper won me over because I wouldn't have ordinarily added Dr. Pepper in the mix. Like I've always enjoyed it. But Dr. Pepper brought me back when they joined and again, I know before you light up the text line, like, yes, I know that 0-cal sugar-free sodas are still full of artificial sweeteners that aren't exactly the best thing in the world for you. But you know what? I got terrible genes. I'm like almost dead anyway, right? So like I'm going to enjoy it on the way out. Okay, deal with it.
Really? Did you just say I'm almost dead anyway?
Yeah. My family's got terrible genes. They're just atrocious genes.
I hope that's not prophetic. I want you to be around for a while.
Yeah, no, so do I. For the record, I much prefer not dead to the alternative for sure. But I also, I got a realistic outlook on life. So I'm going to enjoy a soda every now and then. And Dr. Pepper hooked me up finally with a zero sugar soda that actually rings mostly true to the OG. This to me is big time news because America's finally getting it. America's finally getting it. They finally caught up to what Lonzo and I have been trying to tell the world for a while. Now, I will tell you a great one. Dr. Pepper is still second place on the soda list even to me. Because on top of the soda power rankings sits squarely without rival nor equal Barks root beer. Not root beer, not mugs, not A&W. Respect to those brands for the branding they've put together over the years. But Barks root beer specifically sits number 2 on the Rob Brown soda power rankings. Barks number 1, Dr. Pepper number 2, Coke 03, Sprite 04. That's the top 4 in the world, Rob Brown. But I'm glad Dr. Pepper's getting the respect that it deserves finally.
Yeah, for me, it's just Dr. Pepper and different flavors of Dr. Pepper.
Let's get some more sports in on this sports-adjacent radio program.
By the way, put pickles in Dr. Pepper. It's not as bad as you think. We did a taste test. It was a TikTok thing, and put pickle chips in Dr. Pepper. Was expecting it to be bad because we've had some pretty bad things, and it was good.
Okay.
The pickle juice does not, it adds, it doesn't take away. It doesn't make it better, but it doesn't make it bad either.
So that we are clear, this is not me reacting violently and going, oh, you absolute lunatic, what is happening and going wrong in your life?
Come on, you've heard me do worse things.
Correct.
Yeah, so.
Correct. And many of those worse things I have tried. And some of them have been pretty good. And some of them have been god-awful. Okay? Rob Brown is not adverse to trying things. This one is just on that list of because a lot of the things you've brought up, like, oh, people are combining this with that. And a lot of them I've been like, okay, all right. I can see how that might work, right? You got a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We had, who was it? I think James or Wes or somebody in the chat earlier said that they are a fan of salt on an orange.
Yeah, I believe that was Steven.
It was Steven. Steven popped in the Facebook chat earlier and said, have any of you tried salting your orange? And my thought was, I haven't. I haven't because I don't know that salt goes with acidity of a citrus. And as a Florida guy, obviously, big orange guy over here. But I'm willing to try it, right? That doesn't jump off the page as like, yeah, that's not going to work. Pickles in Dr. Pepper jumps off the page as this can't work. Not I won't try it. Not I won't give it a run because I will. And I will give it a run primarily because one of my favorite things to drink at the bar, especially when it is nice and hot outside, is a pickleback. A pickleback is a shot of Jameson whiskey followed by a half a shot of pickle brine, pickle juice. And those two things should not work together, but picklebacks are bleeping delicious.
All right.
They're refreshing.
This whole thing started because Meemaw was on TikTok, and Meemaw would go to Sonic and get her a Dr. Pepper and order it with a couple pickle chips in it. And so a lot of people tried it, and we did too. The purpose of a taste test for me is I want it to be bad because I want everyone to suffer, and I'm twisted, and I like watching everybody else nearly get ill from trying some of this stuff. But a good portion of it ends up being good, and this was not bad. It wasn't like what I expected.
Again, this is not me saying, oh, that's the worst thing. No, like I will absolutely try it. Maybe it'll be a pleasant surprise. What I'm saying is it jumps off the table at me as it should not work. There is no, those two tastes are so dramatically different from each other that they should not meld with each other. But I have also had many things that I've said that about, and you try it and you go, damn, it's actually pretty delicious.
My point was, if Meemaw says it's okay, then it is.
Who the hell is Meemaw?
It's some old lady who calls herself Meemaw. A Meemaw is like a mamaw, grandma.
Oh, no, I know what a Meemaw is. My grandma, my mom's side was Meemaw.
Okay,
Meemaw
yeah,
and Peepaw for years. I just don't know what old lady has the audacity to just be Meemaw. She's just Meemaw.
I think Meemaw might actually have been in Florida, if I recall.
That's definitely that's a very Louisiana name, Meemaw Peepaw. Very, very, very lower Alabama.
People moved to Florida. It's warm there, I hear.
Texture said, Rob. Well, first off, Texture said, Rob, dill pickles are the only pickles worth eating. Sweet pickles suck. All caps on that one. I agree. I am not a sweet pickle guy, but I will say I'm a gherkin guy too. Big gherkin guy. I like a gherkin pickle over here. Big fan. Texture said, Rob, have you tried mixing 3/4 Dr. Pepper with 1/4 Sprite from a soda fountain? Delicious. I have not, but I will tell you this, since I've completely burned up this segment courtesy of Dr. Pepper.
We have. Suicides back in the day were kind
That's
of fun.
exactly where I was going.
Yeah.
When I played youth baseball, Little League baseball at the Shalimar Little League Diamond, after every game, you got to go to the concession stand and every player got a free soda and a snack, right? And the snack was ordinarily like an individual Oreo cookie or whatever, but you got a free soda from the soda fountain. We had a legitimate soda fountain at the ballpark. And so suicides were the way to play. Suicide was you put a little ice in the cup and then you took a hit of every soda on the soda fountain. We called it a suicide. And it got to the point where everybody in the Little League went with the suicide as their free soda at the end of the day. And, I always kind of wondered, like, did they go suicide because the parents convinced us to take a little of every soda so they didn't have to, like, refill the soda machine every week? You just spread all the sodas out over time. I don't know. But I do know suicides were the way to play. And I do know that even now, as a 40-year-old man, as an almost 40-year-old man, if I go to a fountain, now I'm going to tell you right now, the new soda fountains, the one with like the touch screen display and you got to like go through the menu options, they drive me up a freaking wall.
Oh, come on. Those are amazing. When I can get Diet Cherry Dr. Pepper.
No problem with that. I appreciate the fact.
Or Diet Cherry Vanilla Dr. Pepper.
I appreciate the fact that what they do is they put the soda in there and then they keep like the cherry and the vanilla and the flavor syrup separate. And when you say I want cherry, whatever, because you can make cherry any drink out of that thing because it mixes the syrups together. I do appreciate that aspect of it. What I don't appreciate is the fact that if you want to mix two sodas, which is the most American sentence I've ever said. If you want to mix two sodas, you got to push a button, pour the soda, then you got to wait for the menu to reset, then you got to go find the other soda, then you got to do that, and you better get the first mix right or else you got to do it multiple times. They are not conducive to a suicide. So now at the point where I am now at the point where if I go to a soda machine and it's the old soda machine where it's got all the things and it's got the little metal bars and you push the cup against the metal bar under the individual one that you want, 100% out of 100% of the time I'm making a suicide.
Every time you say soda, it's so cringe to me.
If you want a pop and then you want another pop and then you want that pop over there because it's pop.
That's so much better.
It's
really
so
is.
not better.
It is better.
If you want a soda You go to the soda machine. You go to the soda fountain, which is why we say soda fountain and not pop
By the
fountain.
way, it's soda pop. And, just like people around here say Thanksgiving instead of Thanksgiving, because the giving is the more important part, not the thanks.
No, it's
it's the emphasis on the first words to the second. And because of laziness, it used to be soda pop.
What the hell you get off saying giving is more important than thanks?
Giving is more important
is the
than thanks.
point.
No, giving is more important
No,
than
it's
thanks.
not. The thanks is the point. It's about
Absolutely.
reflecting on how grateful you are for what you have.
The giving
That
is
is
more
thanks.
important, without a doubt. You're
Yes,
wrong.
you all know that time-honored tradition of giving Thanksgiving gifts
Giving,
is not a thing.
Giving is more important. You're more fulfilled when you
Giving
give
what?
than you are.
Giving what on Thanksgiving? Giving what?
Food.
Giving thanks. No, giving food?
Yeah.
No. Christmas is about the spirit of giving. Thanksgiving is about the spirit of thanks. That's why we say Thanksgiving.
No. Well, at least you don't. They don't do that in Florida. Here they go. Thanksgiving.
Because the emphasis is on the
It
thanks.
should not be. It should be on the giving.
It is not. What are you talking about? It's about giving thanks. Why did I just sound like freaking Sylvester the
Wow.
cat right there?
Wow.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, if that glass was still up.
Fluffer and Fuckatash.
Yeah, would you please stop?
It's about Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I haven't been hit yet, but I'm really concerned.
Melting down over
You're
here.
going to short out the board.
Texture says anyone who hates on Dr. Pepper is a virgin never touched by a lady before. That is aggressive soda takes right there.
Yeah, that's kind of,
An aggressive soda take.
By the way, we're not saying that's not true, but it's I don't know if you should have said that.
I mean, objectively true. Worst American feeling, Rob, worst American feeling in the world is when you get straight soda water with no syrup. It's literally heartbreaking. I literally agree.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, it's the worst
pretty
thing.
nasty.
Not just because soda water is gross. And anybody who just drinks soda water, I worry about you as a person. But because if you get it means you've got your heart set on that soda. It means you've got your heart set on a Dr. Pepper or a Barks root beer or a whatever. And it has now been denied to you. And you've got to go to your second string chance, which is the worst thing. It's the worst thing. Texas said, Rob, got to go with a little bit of Coke, little bit of Sprite, the rest Dr. Pepper.
By the way, go away, Keegan. Just go away.
Texas Keegan said, thanks is more important. The last people who thought giving was most important gave smallpox blankets to the Native Americans. Woof. And also correct.
Dude, I mean, way to bring the whole thing down.
Texas said, I'm a fan of the pickleback. Wasn't as bad as I would have thought. Had a few rounds of them bar crawling after my wedding with the young people. Dude, I'm telling you, picklebacks are where it's at. Because you can knock back a shot. Now, I will say this. Picklebacks are for people who do not want the burn of whiskey. If you are just a whiskey guy, you just go whiskey. But if you want some whiskey, but you don't want to suffer through whiskey, especially if it's like a real harsh whiskey, pop a little pickle juice on the end and thank me later. It is a phenomenal way to put some brown liquor down in the sunshine. Trust me on this. You're all welcome. Your life's better off. Let's take a break. Hey, we should talk about some sports on the Sports Adjacent Show. It's Rob, it's Lonzo, it's you. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate. I'm just nailing that segment. The Dr. Pepper movement is, according to CNN, the estimation is it is a result of Pepsi focusing in on its other non-soda brands. As PepsiCo, its parent company, has been investing heavily in its food business over the last couple of years. They believe this is a result of that.
That sounds like a diesel question, Wesley.
And also the fact that Coke has dialed in on its Pepsi has dialed in on its zero sugar line rather than classic Pepsi. Business. We're all business people. All right, guys, give me 45 seconds. Be right back.
happen. It's just,
But will it be a person that is seated, or will it be a person that dies as a ramification?
well,
of the
it
person
might
that
be
is seated?
double. It might be, the person who was seated died, and then the next person who
Lonzo
walked
just
in.
opened the door and said, one day we are going to open the bathroom door and find out that somebody died in there. And I will tell you, sometimes it smells like
How
that
many
has
days
happened.
would it take before we noticed, hey, that stall's still occupied?
Depends on how rotten the banana on the ground
Those
is.
feet look familiar. They were there yesterday. Oh, wait a minute. It's not even about how bad something is. It's about how badly I want to make fun of it. That's the problem. That's the sort of thing that gets you in trouble. And whilst I might be in trouble quite often, I don't enjoy it.
When was the last time you had a float?
It's been a while. I was a big fan of floats when I was a kid, though.
They were never my thing. I'd always go with a brownie sundae before I get a float.
There's like residue left that leaves a bad taste in your mouth from a float, and I guess if you don't eat the ice cream fast.
Yeah,
enough,
I think my problem with the float was that you had to get it done quick, or else you ended up with like creamy soda, which I guess some people are down, which is why cream soda exists. A lot of soda talk on the show today.
Why, hello, Donovan. How are you?
That was a weird way to respond to it.
Because I'm not going to respond the way he said that, because a coughing fit will happen. Is butterbeer actually beer?
No, it is not.
It just like, what is it? It's butter.
It's like a Scotch soda.
Okay, that doesn't help me.
I've had it in Harry Potter World.
Of course, you've been to Harry Potter World.
Hell yeah, I've been to Harry Potter World. It's amazing.
1%er.
It's a blast. You can go to Harry Potter World.
No, I can't.
Why not?
Because I ain't got that kind of money. I've never been to Disney because of money.
I've seen your Bro Cave collection.
You haven't, though. Oh, you're talking about all that in there?
2 video games get you a ticket to Harry Potter World.
Okay, how many video games does it take for me and at least my wife to stay in a place?
Well,
there?
I didn't say you could take other people. I said you could go.
Again, how many times have you heard or seen me do anything by myself? I am not the guy who goes and sees a movie by themselves. I'm not the guy who likes going to a restaurant sitting down by themselves because there's too much thought. And I think this is me as an old man after everyone has left me because I'm so mean and I'm sitting here by myself in a restaurant all sad.
All sad.
Yes. And people are afraid to talk to me because I look too angry. And it's just no.
Have you tried being less angry?
Oh, I'm definitely more approachable now. It's weird. I like how it used to be. There's this thing where, some people know who I am too. It's just, yeah. I don't even have to tell them. New life in the next break.
Stand for.
There's a recent episode of Doctor Who that I watched where all music was taken away, including sad songs, and they talked about the importance of sad songs. It was amazing. But if I'm sad, I'm not listening to a sad song.
The 2024 College Football Hall of Fame nominees were announced yesterday. The ballot for the Hall of Fame class to be announced in January was released by the National Football Foundation yesterday. It includes 77 players and 9 coaches from the football subdivision.
Wait. How old do you feel now?
dramatically.
Okay. All right.
Let me get the names out before we start cracking on Rob's age, okay? Because that's going to make it worse. 77 players and 9 coaches from the Football Bowl subdivision, 101 players and 34 coaches from the divisional ranks, which includes the championship subdivision and divisions 2 and 3. Amongst the players appearing on the ballot for the first time, Pitt defensive lineman Aaron Donald, who retired earlier this year after 10 seasons in the league. Other first-timers on the ballot, 2012 Heisman Trophy runner-up Manti Te'o from Notre Dame, 2009 Heisman Trophy winner Mark Ingram from Alabama, and former Cal wide receiver Deshaun Johnson. Amongst the coaches, Nick Saban on the ballot immediately. 17 seasons at the helm at Alabama. He won 6 natties with the Tide, 1 with LSU back in 2003 for a record 7 career titles in 28 years as a college football head coach with Toledo, Michigan State, LSU, and Alabama. Nick Saban was 297, 71, and 1. Also on the list, Urban Meyer won 3 national titles during his 17-season career as a college head coach, 2 with Florida and 1 with Ohio State in 2014. He also had stops at Bowling Green in Utah and retired from OSU after the 2018 season with a record of 187 and 32.
Who was that again?
Urban, worst NFL head coach in the history of the National Football League, Meyer.
Because the way you read that name compared to all the other names, it was interesting.
Oh, it was filled to the brim with vitriol, spite, and dislike as a whole. Absolutely. Absolutely. He's going to go in, though. He's going to go in.
Should he?
I mean,
Come on. I mean, put all that aside. As far as what he was able to do on the football field, he's deserving to go.
I'm going to say yes. And I'm going to say yes because I subscribe to the thought, the philosophy that halls of fame, it will be halls of fame, right? Because they are halls. Be halls of fame, not hall of fames.
Hall of fames is how people call it, though.
Yeah, but it's wrong. It should be halls of fame.
Are you the arbiter of the English language? I mean, I don't
know.
I
But
don't
the English language has a set of rules that must be followed, or else what's the point?
No, should be followed. Must is a totally different thing, because must implies punishment if you don't follow it.
They are halls of fame. The plural is on the front, not the end. Here are some of the other players that are on the nomination list. These do include holdovers, by the way, some that have not made it yet. On the list, there are 8 unanimous first-team All-Americans. There are 8 consensus first-team All-Americans, 8 multi-year first-team All-Americans, 10 winners of college football major awards, 7 members of national championship teams, 7 conference players of the year, 12 members of conference championship teams, 9 who still hold at least one school record, 10 who played under college football Hall of Fame coaches, 2 NFF National Scholar athletes, 12 first-round NFL draft picks, 12 offensive players, 7 defensive players, 6 decades are represented across the nominees, and 2 schools, Utah and Chadron State U, have their first ever Hall of Fame nominee.
Know all about Chadron. By the way, according to Britannica, which used to be Encyclopedia Britannica, but I guess they don't do that anymore. I don't know. The plural of Hall of Fame is halls of fame.
Yeah, I know it is.
Okay, well, I'm clarifying. I'm trying to build you up and make you look as smart as I know you are. Now, everyone else, if anyone out there had a little bit of smidge of doubt, Britannica has taken that away.
Yes, because in this concept, the halls are the actual noun. Fame is an adjective that describes what the halls are.
How many times have you heard people say halls of fame or Hall of Fames? You hear the Hall of Fames more, probably.
Yeah, and those people are all wrong.
Okay. Are they ignorant or just wrong?
Yes, both.
Okay.
Ignorance, like if you are ignorant of a thing, you are wrong. That is kind of what is wrapped up in ignorance. You can be ignorant of a thing and guess right, but you're wrong more often than not. And blah, blah, whatever. Here's the players that are on the list. Justin Blackman, Paul Cameron, Tim Couch, Warwick Dunn, Armani Edwards, Dion Figures, Larry Fitzgerald, Toby Gerhart, Dan Hampton, Steve Hutchinson, Antonio Langham, Randy Moss, Julius Peppers, Paul Puslesny, Dewey Selman, Alex Smith, Kevin Smith, Chris Ward, and Danny Woodhead. Those are the Hall of Fame holdovers.
Way to go, Kevin Smith.
Those are the holdovers for, actually, some of those guys got in from the 2025 class. Let me that was the 2024 class. Let me pull up the 2025 ballot. We gave you some of that. Mark Ingram won it, won a Heisman. That dude's got to get in. Here are the 2025, I can do this, additions to the list. It is a long list of players, man. Flozell Adams, Eric Anderson, Monty Ball. Monty Ball. Now, that's a name I've not heard in a long time. Running back at Wisconsin. Kenjon Barner, another one. Aaron Beasley, Bernard Berrien, Jeff Bragle, Alex Brown, Rocky Kalmus. That's a linebacker name, dude. First team All-American back in 2001, won the Buckus Award. Greg Carr. There's another name, old Auburn fella. Greg Carr, Mark Carrier, Kajana Carter, Russell Carter, Matt Kavanaugh, Dallas Clark, Brad Culpepper, George Cumby, Kenneth Davis, Jarrett Dillard, Aaron Donald, Ken Dorsey, DJ Dozier, Vaughn Dunbar, Greg Esslinger, Alan Faneca, LeVar Fisher, Willie Galt, Gaston Green, Byron Hanspard, Kevin Hardy, Graham Harrell, Marvin Harrison, a senior, Garrison Hirsch, John Henderson, Josh Heupel, Craig Hayward. Is Craig Ironhead Hayward not already a member?
It's a little shocking, isn't it?
Yeah. Chris Hudson, Michael Huff, Mark Ingram, Deshaun Jackson, Sebastian the Polish Powder Keg Janikowski, Ed King, Olin Kreutz, James Laurinaitis, Ryan Leaf, John Lee, Todd Light, Marshawn Lynch, Alex Mack, Wayne Martin, Terrence Metcalf, Herman Moore, Kellen Moore, Dan Deal, Terrence Newman, Haloti Ngata, Ken Norton Jr., Michael Orr, Jim Pine, Antoine Randall, Simeon Rice, Chris Samuels, Larry Sievers, Richard Seymour, Steve Slayton, Darren Smith, Justin Smith, Takeo Spikes, Taylor Stubblefield, Sean Taylor, Manti Te'o, Dennis Thurman, Michael Vick, Peter Warwick, Eric Weddle, Ryan Yarbrough, and Luis Zendejas. Place kicker at Arizona State back in 1983.
Why they put Michael Vick's name on there? He ain't getting in. I mean, he should.
Michael Vick should absolutely.
Yeah, but he ain't getting in.
And that is a wonderful illustration of the two schools of philosophical thought when it comes to halls of fame. Should a guy get in based on the field achievements only? Or should there be some element of who you are as a dude off the field? And I'll give you the reason why. What about Warwick Dunn? Warwick Dunn, incredible human being off the field. Incredible human feeling. If you don't know the Warwick Dunn story, go look it up. Incredible human being off the field. Is he a dude that did enough on the football field to get in? Or should it matter? Should you get in? Should you be able to get in based on character if you had a good but not great career? If you had an incredible career but you're a terrible person, should you be able to get in? Where do you fall on that philosophical scale? Your career is what matters. It's the Football Hall of Fame, not Person Hall of Fame. Halls of Fame. Scott Halls of Fame. All right, we got to take a break. I'm getting carried away on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
We're live.
All right, guys, one more live and we're back. Stay right there, please, and thank you. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dow. Dillard's legend Peter Warwick. Old Free Shoes University.
So what if the whole Alpha Academy thing is actually they're all heels?
They're just playing to the sympathy of Sami Zayn.
Yes.
Trap him.
Yes.
It would be a heck of a swerve. My man Tozawa. Catching direct shots from Chad.
You haven't seen last night yet. It makes me feel even more.
No, I saw a
so
clip of it on Twitter earlier.
because of the pop of that Otis is getting.
Yeah.
Trying to get Otis to turn.
We have a guest coming on at 9 a.m. for like a 7-minute talk.
Does this just all of a sudden happen, or you just
per
tell me?
I mean, it's cool. It's something I'm very excited to help out with the Roper Mountain Science Center, who I am a fan and an advocate, is hosting an event that since Ryan Leaf and Vince Young are coming in for the Pro-Am, they're having the two of those guys come to an event to raise money and speaketh to the children.
Okay.
So we're going to have the director on to talk a little bit about that event and what Roper Mountain Science Center.
So not Ryan Leaf.
Correct. Okay. I tried so hard. I'll tell you the story. Lonzo, I'm going to place you very briefly in charge of a team outing.
You ain't the boss of me.
Hypothetical. You were in charge of a team outing. You, the great one, have to organize a team dinner out and about somewhere. You may pick, without input from others, you may pick where it is that you are bringing the team to dinner, to come together as one, to dial in the team chi. Where, pick your establishment, are you hosting your team activity?
Dave and Buster's.
That's a good pick. It's a real good pick, right? Real good pick. In fact, the Odyssey family here, occasionally, I'd say almost regularly, finds ourselves at Dave and Buster's a time or two.
Had nothing to do with why I chose that.
No, it's a great pick, right? You go.
The food is usually pretty good, and then afterwards, there's a place for everyone to play.
100%.
Yeah,
the food's pretty good.
See, I would have picked a Frankie's Fun Park, but you don't go there for food.
The food is pretty good. Those of us that have no qualms about lightly imbibing during a business function enjoy the bar at the DMB. And as Zoe pointed out, when it's all said and done,
you got sports on the TV also, and then you can play some games.
And when it's all said and done, you walk over, you all go over to the whatever game, the football throwing game, or pop a shot or whatever, and you have a little go at each other. It's a wonderful team building activity. We have the last couple of days been having a conversation about Atlanta's dad, Kirk Cousins. I can say it is it is a little bit frustrating to me that Kirk Cousins was referred to in the media yesterday as super dad when he is a full 5 years younger than I am. It's almost offensive. It's also almost offensive that I share a lot of taste with Kirk Cousins. Big Kohl's guy over here, big Costco guy over here. All right. Kirk Cousins was talking to the media yesterday. And what triggered the comments that Kirk Cousins, this is an actual headline that I read yesterday, Lonzo. Kirk Cousins bringing his super dad energy to the Atlanta Falcons. The reason that was triggered was because Kirk was talking about how, with all that is going on with the ATL, we got likely in the next couple of days, we will have the ramifications of the NFL's investigation into tampering charges that have been levied against the Falcons. We're going to get the results. Obviously, as much as it's dumb and you should all let it go, there is still the drama about Atlanta's selection of Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th overall pick, despite the fact that some very smart people, have told you it's actually a good pick and you need to just relax and let it play out a little bit. Kirk Cousins got asked, hey, you're the leader, right? You're the guy now. You're the QB. What's the team building activity that you will be putting together for this squad? And Kirky, a.k.a. Super Dad.
Man, made it a really long time before you did it.
I said Kirky twice already.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
That is the first time you said Kirky. I've been listening attentively, and it's the first time.
Either way, Kirky said this.
You're a big movie quote guy.
Oh, wow. I love it. I love it, Mark.
Any go-to lines?
So, first of all, Jake is my generation, right? So, like, when we talk about the sweet spot movies, I'll quote, Heavyweights with Ben Stiller, and it's just crickets. And then I'll get a laugh from way over in the other side of the locker room from Jake Matthews because he knows the reference. Taylor Heineke's close. He's like 4 or 5 years behind me, but that's close enough where we can kind of hang with our shared sense of humor with movies. But, yeah, I mean, all the sports movies kind of show up at practice. Definitely Heavyweights. That's a big one right now. So I'm thinking about having a watch party with the O-line where we watch Heavyweights to introduce these guys to Heavyweights. But we're going to Texas Roadhouse tomorrow. So that's our first thing. We're kind of checking out these chain restaurants, RIP Red Lobster. So we're going to go to Texas Roadhouse, but maybe we'll get a Heavyweights watch party before the OTA's end.
Man, I already love this guy. This is even Heavyweights, one of my favorite movies of all time.
I knew you would.
Tony Perkis, man, the guru of weight loss.
Dude, this is
the cinematography.
The biggest of Big Dad energy. All right. When you hear BDE in football, ordinarily, it means something totally different. It means big energy. Okay? When you hear it about Kirky, it's Big Dad energy. My man said, not only is my movie reference choice Heavyweights, which, by the way, spectacular pick. All right? Spectacular pick.
To me, one of Ben Stiller's best movies.
For sure.
Yes.
A movie that, by the way, came out in 1995. So if you're my age, Kirky's age, it's right there. Although I do have to point out that Kirk Cousins was born in 1990. So, like, it's toward the beginning of Kirky coming online as a person. But the
probably an acceptable movie for his parents to allow him to watch.
The recognition. And by the way, what I still firmly believe was the inspiration for White Goodman, Ben Stiller's character in Dodgeball, another legendary movie. I firmly believe that Heavyweights was indeed the inspiration for White Goodman, who brought out, who came out in Dodgeball. But then Kirk goes, we are trying out the chain restaurants. R.I.P. Red Lobster. hitting a little Texas Roadhouse. Like the only thing that could have been more BDE, Big Dad energy for Kirk, if he's like, yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to watch heavyweights. Then me and the boys, we're going to head down to the garden center at Home Depot, pick out a nice hibiscus maybe, bring it back to the house. I got some fertilizer. We're going to do the garden. And then we're going to head on down to the Texas Roadhouse.
Is there something wrong with Texas Roadhouse?
There's nothing wrong with it. I am absolutely a steak at the Roadhouse guy. What I will say is
that
this.
the one with the peanuts and you throw on the floor?
That is Logan's, if I recall correctly.
Well, no, I think it's Texas Roadhouse.
Well, if they do, they don't do it anymore.
Okay, all right.
They don't do it anymore. If they did, if that was it, let's see, steakhouse, peanuts on floor. Yeah, well, okay, it was Texas Roadhouse. They don't do it anymore then. They don't do it anymore.
I just always thought that was weird. I mean, why throw the shells on the floor? I don't get it.
Because it's just fun to do.
Is it?
It's just,
so you decided,
how many other places do you get to go and just be like crack?
Right, but I mean, where did that tradition come from?
There's also a restaurant in Alabama that is known for their rolls. Their rolls are good, but if you want a roll and you tell the waitress, they will huck them at you from across the restaurant. Like they just throw the rolls at you. And I got to find out what the name of that restaurant was.
Oh, I want to go there.
It's great, man. We used to stop when we were driving through Lambert's Cafe. When we were driving through Alabama, it's in Foley. If you stopped at Lambert's, it was literally called the home of the throwed rolls. So if you stopped at a Lambert's and you wanted a roll, literally you just be like, yo, can I get a roll? And somebody from over towards the roll stand would just grab one and chunk it at you like a baseball. You had to catch the roll. If you didn't catch it, you can get another one, right? It's high pressure situation there.
Yeah, Keegan believes it's
Lambert's.
Peanut allergies is the reason why you can't do that.
Okay, in fairness, that is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, probably.
Right?
But, yeah.
There's a weird crossover where, like, on one hand, I'm like, I do want to be sensitive to people that have peanut allergies and how big of a deal that is. On the other hand, I'm like, we can't have peanuts anywhere? Like, nobody can have a peanut now because 0.00001% of people can't look at a peanut. It's a weird middle ground you gotta walk through right there. I am very sensitive to the struggles of peanut allergic people, but also buy me something in Cracker Jack. Like, come on, man.
Cracker Jacks have nuts in them too, so you probably
I don't know how it works.
Probably can't have Cracker Jacks.
Also, I will say this. I've said this to a lady friend before. I want anyone in the world to love me the way that South Carolina people love a damn Texas Roadhouse. There are two within my living area, and there is never, and I'm including lunchtime, there is never a time that there aren't at least a dozen people waiting outside to get into the Texas Roadhouse.
I won't go there anymore because they wouldn't seat me because my party wasn't there yet. That's still
yeah,
bothers
because
me.
there's always 1,000 people waiting to get in.
But there wasn't when I was there. There wasn't. And there were a bunch of empty tables. And you know what? They don't realize who they were messing with.
Now, I'm going to defend the restaurant there. That's a pretty standard practice.
I don't care what you say.
Very clearly.
So they're off my list. And I'm angry over here because it was my wife's birthday. And you guys are all punks.
I mean, all you had to do was wait till she got there and go, we'd like our table now, please.
Well, yeah. There's no other people came in after me and they seated them.
Without their whole party?
Yes.
No, I don't believe you.
Okay. All right.
I don't believe.
All right, Rob, I'm a liar because that's why I got up and left because I saw that happen. Okay. Someone seated by themselves, seated over there for the 10 minutes
Did
that
you
I
have
was
a
waiting there.
reservation?
No, sitting for
Did
the
you
10
have a
minutes.
reservation?
It doesn't
It does matter.
Oh, so if you have a reservation, it's okay for you to show up with one person, and then the rest of the party shows up.
Because
the exact thing that they had just said to me.
Yes, because they've planned
Yeah,
the table.
you
out
know
in that
you've already
case.
failed.
I have not failed.
You know you've already failed.
I have not. A
It's
reservation
ridiculous.
means that as a former bar manager, a reservation means this table is planned to be held for this amount of time. Whereas if you come in and you go, oh, my party's not here, and I seat you, and then they don't show up for another hour, you've burned an hour of my table time. I got a turnover here, man. I got a profit
All
to
right.
make.
What you said means you were not paying attention to what I said. So, but that's fine. So they don't get my business anymore.
All I'm saying is I really, really don't understand.
Or maybe the person standing up front was lazy and just didn't want to work. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that was part of it.
Or they had
maybe the people standing around because they had open tables didn't want to work. Maybe that's what it was.
Or they were just following what is a very standard restaurant protocol. That every restaurant I've worked at, that's how it's been.
Your lack of anger and empathy for me makes me angry.
I'll tell you what, if you will do me a favor and you will book a reservation for my anger, I'll seat you in here.
Yeah. The reservation for your anger, all I got to do is open my mouth.
How many of y'all are like Roadhouse biggins? Like you're big on the my fiance, she'll take the Roadhouse over everything.
No, and I didn't take an L, okay? Obviously, you're not listening right either. Don't make me Mark Ryan you.
Wow. Lonzo handing out blocks on the social media for a differing opinion. That's rough.
He also sees I'm smiling.
So blah, blah, blah. All that being said, I need you to know the place I'm in right now. I'm in a real tough spot right now.
Apparently, I had the wrong steakhouse. Never mind.
You just burnt Texas Roadhouse to the ground.
I love Texas
you just
Roadhouse.
Burnt Texas Roadhouse to the ground, and Miss Lisa stepped in with the save.
Hey, look what time it is.
It is time for me to tell you the point of all of that, which is, as a Saints fan, it sucks liking Kirky. It sucks that I like Kirky, that I feel Kirky, that Kirky's my guy. I hate liking Kirky. This is uncomfortable for me. What do you do when you like a rival? Oh, it's the worst. Back after this, Sports Flash. I wanted to make another steakhouse joke right there, but I blew it.
It's all satire, people. I love all of you and every restaurant that you go to. San Diego Padres infielder Tusupita Marcana faces a lifetime ban for betting. He didn't think I could do it. Betting on games in 2023 as an active member of the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. Marcana has not been formally penalized, but MLB reportedly gained information about wagers he placed while out of action with an injured ACL. Sportsbook flagged the wagers as suspicious and reported them to MLB. Both Marcano and the league have so far declined to comment. University of Texas is the first team in the Women's College World Series after knocking off Stanford 1-0 yesterday. University of Florida survived with a 9-3 win over Oklahoma, and the two will play again today. Tune in this afternoon from 3 to 7 p.m. for our brand new local show, Wire to Wire. Cole Bryson and Diesel get you up to date on the latest local and national sports news. Great guests, great debate, and a whole lot of fun. And it's all Wire to Wire. What is your favorite national chain of steakhouses? I think I got to go with Outback. The steak is excellent, and Steven had mentioned trying the calabash mushrooms, and the calabash mushrooms are excellent. Rob, what is your national chain of choice for a steakhouse?
For a steak?
Yes.
Honestly, probably Texas Roadhouse, to be honest with you. However, I will almost, you know what? I can't really say it. It's really not true since I've moved here. Before I moved here, I will almost exclusively go to a local steakhouse that local sources their steak. There's not really one anywhere close to the house, which has been a problem.
So I said national.
No, I know.
Yeah.
If national
trying to
Texas,
change the rules
Texas
again.
Roadhouse.
Okay.
But I'm
Thank you.
saying if I'm going to national chain, I'll go. There is a Texas Roadhouse that is 3 minutes from my house. So Texas Roadhouse.
Mushrooms and the same stuff though, Steven, and they're excellent.
Keegan hates Texas. Why do you hate Texas? Hate or just don't like?
Where's there a Texas Roadhouse around here?
Lonzo thought he hated Texas.
Yeah,
Roadhouse.
yeah, I did. I just wanted to get angry. Apparently, I don't know. I was defending my wife, but being mad at the wrong thing. I didn't have to tell you that she corrected me. I could have let it go, and no one would have known. Oh, Wade Hampton. Okay. That's like the opposite direction of where I go. I guess I just don't go out of the way to go somewhere to eat.
I will.
I wonder
if I'm real in the mood.
I'm trying to think I don't think it's an age thing. I don't think I ever did that. It's easy to blame everything. Well, I'm older now, but I don't recall ever doing that.
Final hour of the Rob Browner radio program goes now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. Spectacular to have you here on the show with us today as we roll through 4 hours of sports talk entertainment. Rob Brown and the great one, Lonzo, with you here on the broadcast today. A lot of stuff to get to, a lot of stuff to talk about here on the show. But before we get back to the sports, something that I am actually really excited about for a lot of different reasons, like the duality of Rob Brown.
Wow. What a good word.
Big smart boy over here. All right. The duality of Rob Brown, as those of you that have listened to the show for more than 7 minutes, you know that there are two loves in my life that aren't, my fiance. The two loves of my life are sports. What's the other thing, Lonzo?
That would be science,
That
Rob.
would be science. I am a big science dork, okay? You can talk to me about cosmology. You can talk to me about astronomy. You can talk to me about physics. I'm just a big science dork, and that is why I am very excited to welcome into the program a young lady who's got a very cool event that is going to benefit the education of the kids in the upstate. And also, it ties in really, really well with sports as we move on towards the BMW Pro-Am and some tremendous athletes that are coming in town. Miss Phyllis Henderson joins us here on the show with the Roper Mountain Science Center to talk about an event they've got coming up. Good morning, Miss Phyllis. How do you do?
Good morning. I am doing great. Thank you, Rob.
It is my pleasure.
I'm glad to hear you're a science nerd. I appreciate that.
Oh, I am a gigantic science nerd. I am frequently chastised for the number of times. The sports and science intersection for me, Phyllis, is real interesting because I believe that if you can learn the physics of different games, it can give you an edge other athletes don't have. And that is one thing that I think is a very cool crossover between Roper Mountain and my love of sports. So this is a great segment for everybody, selfishly.
Awesome. Well, great.
Yeah, let's talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, you want me to just jump in and chat about what we're doing? Well, first of all, I got to ask, have you ever been to Roper Mountain Science Center?
Shockingly, and I am thoroughly and entirely embarrassed to say that I have not. And it's not for a lack of effort. It's because I have a dumb schedule that is always got something going on.
It's right over there.
I know. It's
right
I'm going to
hit
hit it with a driver from here. All right, which is which would require force and inertia to accelerate mass and create a vector. You see what I'm doing here?
Yes.
There you go.
I hear you.
I have not.
You are welcome. Come and visit us this summer. We, during the school year, we have school kids here, over 50,000 a year, actually, from 46 different school districts that come here for science field trips, and we've been around for almost 40 years. So we got it down. But public programming is something kind of new for us. This is now our 4th year for what we call Summer Adventures. And we are open to the public every Tuesday through Saturday from now until July 27th. And we've got some cool exhibits. We've got a dragon exhibit with a bunch of different cool monitor lizards. You need to come over and check it out. And our butterfly greenhouse is back this year. And we've had something similar prior to COVID, and it was wildly popular. So we are very excited to bring back our butterfly encounter, along with all the other cool stuff we have going on here. But talking about the intersection, we've been a partner with the BMW Pro-Am for several years. And so we're excited because tomorrow afternoon between 2 and 4 at our summer adventure, we're going to have a handful of the celebs that are coming in for the tournament. My understanding is we're the first stop. They're flying in and they're coming to Roper Mountain. So we've got Vince Young, former BCS quarterback champion, and Ryan Leaf, another NFL quarterback, Larry the Cable Guy, for all you folks who love Larry. We've had him out here before. And James, all right, I might get this wrong, Wisniewski.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
He was a hockey player. I'm sorry, I guessed it right away. I was like, gotta be a hockey player. And an actor and director by the name of Justin Whelan, who supposedly was in the movie Iron Man 3. So they're all coming together, and they're going to be out here for a couple hours tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it's very cool. Obviously, the story of Ryan Leaf, the success of Vince Young quarterbacking one of the greatest college football games ever played between USC and Texas in a national championship game. Man, it's very cool. And by the way, Larry the Cable Guy is one of the nicest people in the history of people. Like, it is such an incredible event, and what you guys are doing to kind of intersect the golf, the BMW Pro-Am with Roper Mountain Science Center to help continue to educate in what I think is in a very important part of our history, to make sure the next generation is scientifically literate and, more important, curious and wants to learn. To kind of bring those two worlds together, Phyllis, is just very cool to me.
Yeah, it's really, I have an amazing opportunity when I bring in, I do development work here. So when I bring in, donors and take them on tours, it's just so wonderful to go into the classroom and see kids with that look on their face, especially like if they're looking into a microscope or something, and what they're seeing. I had an experience. I don't know why it made me think of this. There was a middle school here from Orangeburg. Okay, Orangeburg. It's a 2-hour drive, and it was a Title I school. And the teacher, we also do teacher professional development. So anyway, this teacher had come for the professional development, brought his kids here, and they were in a lab where they were looking through some really state-of-the-art microscopes and just watching their faces and seeing things. And the teacher said to me afterwards, I said, why did you make this? I mean, this is a long day for you to drive all the way up here. And he said, this kind of equipment and these experiences are things that my kids in the schools we have back in Orangeburg are probably never going to be able to do, even in high school, because we just don't have the resources. And so I knew, I had to bring these kids here, and hopefully they're going to, like you said, get that spark of interest to maybe think science might be a cool thing that they might want to do when they get older.
It is, man. It is one of my favorite things. I love that you guys are doing this crossover with the BMW Pro-Am, Vince Young, Ryan Leaf, Larry the Cable Guy, and now they are going to be there tomorrow around 3:00. Am I correct?
Yeah, between about 2 and 4. Some of it obviously depends on travel. My understanding, like I said, is that they're flying in. So obviously travel delays is potentially an issue. So, but that is the plan. More information about where, to buy tickets and, hours and directions and all that type of thing can be found on our website, which is ropermountain.org. And we look forward to hopefully seeing some of your listeners out there tomorrow afternoon. Or anytime during the summer, by the way. And you feel free to stop by anytime, one afternoon, if you get off and you just want to come on over here, come and see us.
First off, absolutely will. Second off, as we were talking, I was looking up the Friday Starry Nights program, including the Chasing the Ghost Particle program, which I can go ahead and tell you, fiance or not, I'm coming to see you guys because all of this stuff looks incredible.
Yes, we have the eighth largest refractor telescope in North America right here. And we have people come from all over the country that are into this type of thing. And this observatory is open on Friday night for that program. Tell you another thing you might be interested in. Your folks over there at Roy over there at Rock 101 and B93 do giveaways for our laser shows in the planetarium in July. Set to music, we got Bowie, Tom Petty, Queen, Metallica, Pink Floyd. It's a lot of fun. And of course, Taylor Swift.
Miss Phyllis, I want you to know that while it is absolutely a pleasure to speak to you on the air, you're gonna be tired of me by the end of this summer because I may just come pay you rent and live there for a little while.
Well, you come by anytime. Let me know. We'll, happy to have you.
I'm letting you know I'll be there a lot of Fridays. Phyllis Henderson joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. She is the development specialist at the Roper Mountain Science Center. And again, Vince Young, Ryan Leaf going to be there along with Larry the Cable Guy and others tomorrow to meet and greet and sign autographs. Tell people one more time, Ms. Phyllis, how they can get in touch with you guys, how they can learn more about this event and more that you guys will be doing throughout the summer.
Yes, visit us on our website, ropermountain.org, and we'll look forward to seeing you soon.
Last question. Can I play with the telescope if I come see you guys?
Well, now, I don't know. You'll have to talk to her. I'll tell you what happened. So we have the Greenville Astronomy Club, people with some really serious amateur telescopes all set up out in the courtyard. So there's lots of opportunities to look in telescopes. Maybe they'll let you play with one of their telescopes.
That is the most polite no I've ever gotten in my life, and I respect it. Phyllis Henderson from the Roper Mountain Science Center here on the Rob Brown Show. Thanks for stopping by, ma'am. Great to meet you.
You're welcome. You too. Thank you.
You got it. There you go. Very cool, man. Listen.
With the amount of things that you drop, you do not need to be touching a telescope.
I have a sneaky suspicion, even if I was allowed around the 8th largest refractor telescope in the United States of America, they'd be like, Rob, we're just going to put it up on a TV screen for you.
My kids spend a lot of time at Roper Mountain Science Center because, as she pointed out, a lot of kids come in there from the area. So growing up, they went there a bunch, and they used to have Christmas lights. So we got to roll through there and stuff.
That's awesome.
Cool. Yeah,
that's awesome. Very cool place. And yes, I am genuinely embarrassed that I have not been there yet.
The laser show sounds wicked, yo.
Are you kidding? A Tom Petty laser light show?
Yeah,
yes, please and thank you.
I mean, the other bands, Tom Petty. How exciting is that laser show? It's just like points in one direction, and that's it. Queen at least had some upbeat things.
Your disrespect
to the zombie
off the charts today.
He may still be around. Who knows?
The charts today. Unbelievable.
If you've listened to this station or other stations for any period of time, you know that my dissing of Tom Petty has never ceased, nor shall it ever.
Doesn't mean I don't hate it, because I do a lot. It's just real.
Name me an upbeat Tom Petty song. That
American Girl. It's one of the greatest songs ever made.
Okay, I can't
argue.
I can't disparage that song because it's the theme song for someone in the building, so I can't do that. But I will say, yes, there's an American Girl in the building who has her own show, and it's been her theme since she got here. Like right over there?
Got it. I don't think
maybe you should yell down the hallway and ask.
Yeah, I'm going to get in trouble for that. I don't think any one American girl gets to claim it's their song. Just like I don't get to claim that Macho Man is my song, even if it's true.
I said in the building. But Rob has went the entire show without showcasing his haircut. And I don't know if he's happy with it or not. But I mean, he just threw up the guns there for a second, and you can see that on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or X. You don't want to miss that because it's the gun show is amazing. Now imagine that gun show with Tom Petty playing in the background.
Oh yeah! All right, take it easy, baby. Make it last all night. She was an American banger, dude. Absolute banger. I banger. Love some Tom Petty. A Metallica Laser Light show would go real hard in the paint, though.
Oh, definitely, for sure.
All right, when we come back here in just a minute from right now, we are, of course, just a couple of days away from the beginning of the 2024 National Basketball Association World Championship Finals. And I would like to highlight a particular player. I would like to highlight a particular player that has done something in these playoffs that is ridiculous. Like, so ridiculous that when I saw it and I went, I can't believe I didn't notice this, even though it didn't shock me, it still absolutely shocked the crap out of me. I'm going to tell you what that is when we come back in a minute. I am Rob Brown. He's the Great Lonzo, and the Rob Brown Show rolls on after this. It is the Fan Upstate. It is not Derek Lively. Good guess, though. I have to say, I was unaware that there was a whole planetarium at Roper Mountain Science Center because this may shock you, big planetarium guy over here.
See, that whole thing shocked me that you hadn't been there. I never thought you would have been there before. So embarrassing.
I was embarrassed, genuinely embarrassed.
You're a science guy.
I think part of the reason why was I was under the impression that it was like a 4-kids science center. I didn't know they had the 8th largest refracting telescope in America. I didn't know they had an actual planetarium. Anyway. All right, give me 45 seconds. Be right back, guys. Like, I need to get more disciplined at it, but it's not my thing.
Yeah, you need more discipline everywhere. What's wrong with you?
That you are so on the nose, it hurts.
Did you watch the Venom trailer?
I did.
With the sound?
I did.
Yeah, it's the horse.
The horse.
Yeah. Cameron and I were having a discussion. I think that horse dies. No way that horse survives that.
They're not going to kill a horse.
Why not? It's not real. A real horse did not die.
How fast can you make that thing run without killing it? Only one way to find out. I like over enthusiastic Venom. It's fantastic.
You know, it's just the same guy. It's just him doing a different voice, which makes it even better.
Them trying to get on the same page with the We Are Venom was freaking hilarious. We are Venom. We are Venom. No. All right, pop quiz time. Get your pencils, get your papers. No cheating, no looking around the room. Eyes up, eyes forward. I will be checking throughout this pop quiz. Time for a little NBA playoffs pop quiz. Lonzo, you are an active participant in this. I wish you the best of luck.
No.
If I was to ask you, great one, across every team that made it to the NBA's conference finals, which player has played the most minutes throughout the entire playoffs so far? What would your answer be?
All right, so people were guessing Luka earlier, and I thought you kind of said no.
Nope, they guessed Derek Lively earlier.
Okay,
and I said
so
no.
I was going to go with Luka, but I thought you were acting like that wasn't it.
So is that your final answer?
Yes.
That is correct. Luka Doncic has played more minutes in these playoffs than any other player. Lonzo, question number 2.
Can I stop? I mean, I got the first one right.
No. Question number 2. Which player in the playoffs of the 4 teams that made it to the NBA's conference finals played the most games in the playoffs? Actively played in the most games.
Luka again.
Lonzo, in the NBA playoffs of the 4 teams that made it to the NBA conference finals, which player scored the most points in the playoffs?
All right, I'm going to keep saying the same thing. I'm going to be wrong eventually, but I'm going to go with Luka again.
Lonzo, of the 4
like a
teams
trap is coming.
that made it to the NBA's conference finals, which player had the most rebounds?
Luka.
Lonzo, of the 4 teams that made it to the NBA's conference finals, which player had the most assists in the playoffs?
This might be the one that gets me, but I'm going to go with Luka.
Oh, wait. Crap. Hang on. No. There it is. Lonzo, of the 4 teams that made it to the NBA's conference finals, which player had the most steals in the playoffs?
Ooh, now this doesn't sound like this would be him, but since I'm on a roll, I'm going to go with Luka.
Lonzo, of the 4 teams that made it to the NBA's conference finals, which player had the most 3-point baskets made in the playoffs?
There's some really good 3-point shooters on Boston. I'm going to go with Luka.
Luka Doncic is currently in a playoff run that is historic. Of every player between Beantown, Dallas, Minnesota, and Indiana, Luka Doncic played the most minutes of every player. He played the most games of every player. He had the most points of every player. He had the most rebounds of every player. He had the most assists of every player. He had the most steals of every player. He had the most 3-pointers made of every player that made it to the NBA's conference finals. And yet, that guy and that team are being written off before we even play game number 1. My question mark is this. I made a mistake in these NBA playoffs. The mistake that I made in these NBA playoffs was writing off Luka Doncic over and over and over and over and over and over again. I wrote him off not just round by round. Not just round by round. I wrote him off game by game and round by round. I kept waiting for the moment where that busted up knee was going to give out, where the back that he was knocked onto multiple times throughout these playoffs was eventually going to give way. I kept saying, today is the day. This is the game. This is the one where the injury bug is finally going to catch up with Luka Doncic. And all Luka kept doing was turning in triple doubles. All he kept doing was in elimination games against a team that they weren't supposed to be in the same atmosphere as. He kept turning in triple doubles. He kept turning in 36-point performances. He just kept winning over and over and over again. He just kept winning, and he just kept outperforming everybody. He just kept outperforming everybody. And then you pair that with the two other things that we have mentioned a number of times on this radio program. Thing number one, Kyrie Irving is a different guy this season. He's not flat earth guy. He's not bad podcast guy. I didn't have time to pull the audio, and I can't remember if it was clean or not to just go spontaneously play it. But there has been, in this entire season, there has been one time that I have seen Kyrie Irving on a podcast. Great one. The one time, and I'm sure he's been on more, but I should rephrase that. There has been one time this NBA season that I have seen Kyrie Irving on a podcast that stood out in any way to me. That one time was a couple of weeks ago when he appeared on a podcast hosted by stand-up comedian Pete Holmes. Pete Holmes is a guy I like. He's a little bit over the top, but overall I like Pete Holmes by and large. Pete Holmes is the guy. Great one. Have you seen the Batman parody shorts that have been going around? There's one where like he makes fun of the Batman voice. And he like alternates with that, trying different accents to figure out the Batman voice.
There are so many of the Batman parodies. I don't know. Maybe I've seen it.
Okay, so the good ones, and I'll send you the one I'm talking about. The good ones, the comedian is Pete Holmes. And there's one where he's testing out different Batman voices. So he's like, I'm the night, governor. I am vengeance. Well, I'm just here for vengeance, right? Like he's got it's, and then he ultimately lands on the Batman voice. It's very good. He did it for College Humor back in the day. He's done it for a couple of other pods. So he's kind of been known for this Batman parody that he does. Well, Kyrie Irving showed up on Pete Holmes' podcast not terribly long ago, and he started having this conversation with Kyrie, and Kyrie was kind of like almost a little standoffish about it. Like it was almost a little awkward how standoffish about it he was. And then Kyrie drops a Bane impression on him that was freaking perfect. It was hilarious. And that's it. That is the only kind of out of the ordinary, the only kind of out of the ordinary Kyrie Irving thing I've seen. So We've talked a lot about that. I have talked a lot about the twin towers of Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford and how impressed I am at the efficiency and the stamina of these two cats. I have talked about the fact that drafting Derek Lively, especially if Dallas is able to win the NBA Finals, drafting Derek Lively may go down as the best move of the entire NBA draft last season. Because pairing him with Gafford, a wonderfully efficient offensive player, and having Derek Lively, a wonderfully efficient defensive player, and creating a rotation where you have 2 7-footers defending the rim for 48 out of 48 minutes every NBA game in these playoffs has helped them get there. And everybody's writing this team off. I am not only not writing this team off. Yesterday, I pulled the lever on 2 bets. Now, I did not pull a lever on an outright Dallas Mavericks win. I didn't pull the lever on an outright Dallas Mavericks win because the odds were plus 180. Not even 2-1, right? 2-1, I'd think about it. They're plus 180, not even 2-1. And I do think that on paper, and when you start talking about depth, I think Boston is a better team that has more depth. But I combine that with the fact that Dallas has not had to play a full 4-win series against any team at top strength so far in these playoffs. No Jimmy Butler in round number 1, the loss of Donovan Spida-Mitchell in round 2, the loss of Tyrese Maxey in game 3. They have not played a team and had to beat a team 4 times that was full strength at all in this postseason. So I do think there is going to be some element of having to find stride, assuming that nobody from the Dallas Mavericks go down. And then I put that in juxtaposition with the 2 7-footers up against Kristaps Porzingis, a man who has not played basketball in 8 weeks now. The whole playoffs plus a week and a half of the regular season's conclusion. You think he's just going to stroll up in here and be able to go stride for a full 48 with not 1 but 2 7-footers? No, not going to happen. And then there's Kyrie. Now, there's the thought out there that there may be a little extra motivation for the Boston Celtics. And the thought is the motivation is that they are kind of viewing Kyrie Irving as a bit of a villain. Because when he left the Boston Celtics, when he left Beantown and took off to go elsewhere in 19 when he left, there was a little bit of drama. They thought he went ring chasing because remember he went and he joined the Brooklyn Nets and then you ended up having the rest of the gang pop over after that. And so there's this kind of belief that Kyrie Irving is going to kind of serve as the foil for Boston, the bad guy, the villain, the guy that they want to knock out of this series. I think they're overplaying that card. What the hell does Jason Tatum care about Kyrie Irving? What does Jaylen Brown? What is Derek White? What is Kristaps Porzingis? These guys don't have a huge crossover with Kyrie. Like maybe they're kind of in a do it for the city mentality. But I don't think holding a grudge on behalf of someone else is the motivational factor that a lot of people think it's going to be. So you add that Kyrie has been a good dude. You add the Twin Towers. You add Jason Kidd, who, if we're being real, is there a coach that made the playoffs that's had a better run than Jason Kidd as far as pulling the levers? I don't think so. Jason Kidd has put on a display of NBA coaching in these playoffs. So I put all those things together. And then I add on the fact that Luka Doncic leads the playoffs in minutes played, in points played, or in games played, in three-pointers made, in steals, in assists, in rebounds, and in points. And you want to tell me that team don't have a chance? A team that I will acknowledge, disrespected all playoffs long. And now you want to tell me that that team doesn't have a chance? I don't think I could disagree with you more. We'll talk more NBA playoffs as we get closer and closer to game 1 on Thursday. We come back, got a few stories I want to sprint through. We ask what the X is going on, and we get out of here on a Tuesday. It's the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Can't believe I'm going to ask this, and I don't mean today, but this will be a good time to bring back Faces and Heels. I'm just saying.
I'm glad you think it's a good idea.
And,
I would do it here. I just didn't prep
no.
it.
I know. I mean, going
we
forward,
absolutely can bring it back and should probably. One of the
especially
reasons
in the off season.
I agree, in the off season. That is peak off season radio. One of the reasons that it dropped, aside from the fact that when sports are in session,
We've never done it in this time slot.
Yeah. One of the reasons that I dropped it when we moved to the time slot is I wonder if we don't need to move it to a different segment, because doing it and then following it up with what the X is going on, despite the fact that it can have sports topics, is not a sports segment. We were at a spot in a 3-hour show where the back 40 minutes of the show was completely non-sports. And that's part of the reason I dumped it.
Doesn't have to be in that particular segment.
And that's what I'm thinking is I think maybe in the 4-hour broadcast, I think on Tuesdays, maybe we move it up earlier in the show.
Maybe leading into the 9 o'clock. I don't know. That's a totally different thing than what you're going for, Steven. I believe it's HAUGHTY, I'm guessing, but I don't know.
I am changing my title.
Yes, Hottie is spelled the way I said, not the way you did.
The next time I'm on Upstate Pulse, my stream name is going to be The Hottie Intellectual.
Hey, why not? It'd be another 2 years, but that's fine. If you remember in 2 years.
Did those Lucas stats not kind of blow your mind just a little bit? They kind of blew my mind a little bit.
I'm not entirely surprised because that dude works really hard.
Oh, for sure. For sure. There is no pushing back on that. It still was like,
so if it would have been
everything.
If it would have been Jokic, you wouldn't have been surprised at all.
If it was Jokic leading the NBA in 3-pointers, that would be shocking. Despite the fact that he can shoot a 3, he is not.
But everything else are stats that he usually does pretty well.
No.
Right?
Him leading the NBA's playoff roster in any of these stats is not surprising. Him leading all of those stats is surprising, right? Like, it is not surprising. Let's say I'm trying to come up with like something I could compare to make my example here. It's not surprising to see Kyle Busch win a NASCAR race. It's not surprising to see him win 2 races or 3 races. It would be surprising if he won like 8 in a row, right? Then you'd be like, dang, dude is...
There probably would be some investigation if that happened.
Exactly. And yet, here's Luka leading in everything. Like, leading in assist, not shocking. Leading in points, not shocking. My dude's knocking down, 30 a game, 31 a game on average? His under-over in points for the last handful of games was set at 31.5, which means that he is averaging in that as a neighborhood average. That's pretty good.
I know we're going to get more to it because it's taken forever for the finals to get here, which is ridiculous. But if you're the Celtics, I'm sure they know all that too. So what do they do to stop him?
You know, I've used the example a bunch of times, and I'll break it back out here because, you know, sometimes you just got to go to old reliable. How do you stop Luka? You know, great one. I know how to stop a locomotive. Do you know how to stop a locomotive? What you do is first you go find the train tracks, right? Because they got to run on the train tracks. First of all, you find the train tracks that you know the locomotive is on. And then what you do is you stand on those train tracks and you plant your feet. You get that good low center of gravity, that good base, right? Back up, head up, butt down. And what you do, great one, is you put your hands up, and when that train's a-coming, you get that good contact, you lift underneath, and then you push real hard. And that's how you stop a train.
Yeah, hips are very important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The knowledge about how to do a thing and the ability to do that thing don't always line up with each other. The knowledge of how to make something happen versus making it happen aren't always the same thing. I know how to stop a train. Stand on the tracks and push real hard. Let's be real. You can't do it. I don't think you can stop Luka Doncic. Luka just put it in a different gear for these playoffs so far. I don't think you can stop Luka. I believe, what's the old saying? You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. I think you are trying to contain Luka. I think you are trying to figure out, all right, which element of his game is struggling tonight? Is it rebounding? Then let's put a butt on him, box him out, and keep his rebound number in single digits. Is it passing? Is it assist? All right. Let's block up. Let's clog up the passing lanes so that Luka can't do. Luka Doncic is the best assist guy in the NBA. Never gets credit for it. We all talk about Trey, and we talk about Steph, and we talk about all these true point guards. Luka Doncic is the best assist giver in the NBA. Go back to that last series. Go back to last week. I talked about the fact that my favorite thing to watch, despite the fact that for a lot of casuals, it was bad basketball or unentertaining basketball. You know my favorite thing about Luka Doncic's game is right now? Gets the ball at the top of the key, and then he gets to that three-point line, and what's he do? He gets real low, and he just dribbles the ball like this. And he just old man YMCA's his way into the free throw line. And then he just looks, and he looks up, and he goes, all right. And he square up to the basket, and he looks up, and if there's a double team, he finds the guy that's open. And if there's not a double team and the guy's playing back, jump shot. And if there's a double team and the guy's playing up, then he goes from the slow dribble to bang, one move acceleration, gets around that guy into the paint, and then he reassesses and he reevaluates. Okay, now, did I draw the post defender to me for the dish to the big man? Did I beat the guy behind me in the back pocket? I've got an easy jump shot. Did the big man rotate from the block out to the short corner and I can just go get me a layup? Luka Doncic sees that better than anybody. And when defenders I think, naturally rotate to try to take the easy bucket away from Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic sees the floor as well as any point guard in the game. And that is why he is the best assist man in the game right now. Don't believe me? Assist is one of the stats in which Luka Doncic leads everybody else in the playoffs so far this year. So, as a texter just said, Rob, you don't stop Luka. You stop the other Mavs. That is correct. You don't stop Luka. You stop everybody else. But here's my question. How do you stop Kyrie Irving when Kyrie is on a heater? Because Minnesota couldn't do it. And Minnesota, you will keep in mind, has their defense anchored underneath. And I know he's not directly on Kyrie, but when you have the multi-time defensive player of the year in Rudy Gobert underneath, the job of the guys out on the wing, it should be easier, right? Should be easier. Couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They couldn't figure it out. That is a big ask. How do you stop Daniel Gafford? Because keep in mind, Daniel Gafford isn't doing anything. Derek Lively isn't doing anything special as a big man and elite offensive weapon. Neither one of them are elite. They are both efficient. They are both high percentage guys underneath. How do you stop them when they're not the ones making the moves? I don't know. I don't know what's the answer. How do you stop friggin' PJ Washington? If PJ Washington is getting you 12, 15, 20 points. Charlotte Hornet fans very familiar with PJ Washington. He used to be up in Buzz City, and he was okay. He was okay with the Buzz, right? What's the difference between PJ with the Buzz and PJ with the Mavs? Luka Doncic. The best assist guy, the best matchup creator, the best mismatch creator, the best distributor in the game, Luka Doncic.
You're saying all this, but isn't Boston favored to win?
They sure are. I mentioned that I had 2 bets on this series. Neither of them is Boston to win outright. You want to know what the 2 bets are? I took a bet on Dallas in 5. Nope, sorry. I took a bet on Dallas in 6, and I took a bet on Dallas in 7. Now, obviously, only one of those 2 can hit. But both of those bets were checking in somewhere in the range of 3-1 or longer, as opposed to an outright series win, which is at plus 180, not even 2-1. Top of my head, I don't have my ticket in front of me, but I want to say it was Dallas in 5 was like 3.5-1, and Dallas in 6 was 3.5-1, and Dallas in 7 was like 5-1 or something like that. As long as one of those 2 hit, I'm going to be fine. It should pay for the other bet plus some extra. Now, let's be real clear. Boston Celtics are real good. Tatum is good. Brown is good. White played phenomenally well in the playoffs so far. Kristaps Porzingis is a different breed of cat.
Is he healthy though?
He will be playing in game 1. He will be playing in game 1. Let's see. Here's your odds as they stand. Mavs in a sweep is 25-1. Mavs 4-1 is 15-1. Mavs 4-2 that ends in game 6 is 4-1. Mavs 4-3 that is a game 7 Mavericks win is 6-1. So as long as it's not a Dallas sweep or a Dallas gentleman's sweep, I will make money as long as it's Mavs in 6 or Mavs in 7. But these numbers have led me to pick a Dallas Mavericks series win because I do think, and when I say numbers, I'm not talking about the odds. The odds just made it a little sweeter for me. What made me pick the Mavs to win this series, and I'm gonna ride with that pick in what is the least confidence pick ever, because Boston is still real good. I'm going with Boston hasn't been tested. I'm going with I've doubted Dallas in every other series so far. They've been the dog in every other series so far. They've won them all. I'm going with Luka Doncic leads the NBA playoffs in everything. I'm going with Porzingis is going to take a game, maybe 2, to knock the ring rust off. And while he does, Gafford and Lively, the double team is still down there. And I'm going with Kyrie Irving has kept his nose clean and has been a stellar teammate. All those things added up. We are still a couple of days away. I am comfortable going with a Dallas Mavericks series win. I'm going to say it's in 7. I took a flyer on 6 and 7.
And now the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
And I'm sure we'll expand on that because we got plenty of time since we still got a couple more days. All right, time for What the X, where I ask Rob what is going on, and he'll tell us what the X
Does
is
that
going
make
on.
you mad that you got to wait a week for games?
I think it's a little ridiculous. I do.
You know why it is? I know what it is. You know what it is? It is because NBA arenas have other events that are scheduled so far out that the playoffs have to work around them.
Okay. All right. All right. The first thing that's Xing, by the way, is the Acolyte.
This is weird. It's weird because I'm excited about this show. I'm interested to see. The concept of the Acolyte, from what I understand, Great One, is going to be the first Star Wars show, the first mainstream Star Wars project, which is going to be told from the perspective of the Empire. It's going to be told from the perspective of the Sith. It's going to be told from the other perspective, where not that the Jedi are going to be bad guys in this, but the Jedi are going to be the bad guys to the bad guys, and you're going to kind of get that glimpse, which I'm real interested in. But obviously, there are a ton of Star Wars fans that are not sold on the director, the showrunner, the writers, and really anything Disney's done outside of Andor and Obi-Wan so far. I'm going to give it, I am very much going to give it a shot. I am intrigued about a Star Wars story told from the other perspective.
Yeah. I also believe that it's not tied to any known characters.
It is not. In fact, from what I understand,
This I believe is the first one.
It is set before
Right, way
the prequels.
before.
This is at the either the end of or right after the fall of the High Republic, which was
Right.
the like peak Jedi time. This is set at the fall of the High Republic and the very beginning of the rise of the not the First Order, the original Empire.
So it's you're not going to see Luke Skywalker. You're probably not going to see Yoda. Although Yoda, no, I don't know. I don't
My
think-
understanding is we will get a glimpse of a young Yoda,
Yeah.
and they are using that to test the waters of an aged Grogu down the line.
Okay. All right. So looking forward to that. 2 episodes drop tonight. I won't watch it until tomorrow because it's West Coast time. Doesn't start till 9. And I'm not going to stay up that late, but I will watch it tomorrow for pizza night. All right. The next thing that's Xing is Keith David.
Keith David.
You know him.
Oh, I am blanking right now.
You do know him. It is his birthday. He is 68. He is, first of all, he's the guy that Roddy Piper was fighting in They Live, the black dude. But he is a voice of many a video game, including Halo.
Oh yeah,
Mass
I do know that guy.
Effect.
Okay.
He's been in just about everything. He is one of those voices when you hear it, you go, "Oh yeah, it's that guy. That's him."
Okay. Yep.
And
No, I see him now.
And it is his birthday. The next thing that's Xing is Liv Morgan.
Okay, I have not watched last night's Raw. I am still working on finishing last week's Raw because I am way behind in all of this. Also, Keith David apparently narrated a commercial in which Vince Carter played one-on-one against the Velociraptor.
He's everywhere, dude.
Back in 2000. Now I have to go watch that immediately. Liv Morgan made out with Dom Mysterio, and I don't know what happened last night yet.
Last night was very interesting. She tried to do some more things, and people kept getting in between, and she saved him from Braun Strowman. The plot thickens.
I know she was talking behind the scenes with Bobblehead last week, too. And our friend of the show, Damian Priest, was not super stoked about that.
Yeah, so you need to watch last night's Raw. It's getting heated, and it's cannot wait to see how this thing ends.
Ladies and gentlemen, have a lovely rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll come back tomorrow, and we'll try harder. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your Tuesday. It's the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Later. Yeah. Keep going, season 6, but I'm pulling for Dallas. Yeah, I think they can, and I do think it is going to take catching Boston by surprise. If they lose game 1, it's over. If Boston wins game 1, Dallas cannot win the series. If Dallas wins game 1, and I'll by the way, my biggest bet so far of the postseason is Dallas plus 6.5. If they win this thing, if Dallas wins game 1, then I think Dallas in 6 or 7. If Boston wins game 1, it's going to be probably Boston at 5, honestly. I'm intrigued. Also, no, I can't stop watching this commercial where Vince Carter is indeed playing one-on-one basketball with a Velociraptor. I love that the scoreboard says Raptor versus Raptors when VC was playing for Toronto. That's a stellar commercial. Keith David and David Keith were born on the same day.
Wow.
In the same hospital.
Wow.
According to one random tweet that I just stumbled across.
I don't know that's real. Can't be.
I like to believe it is just because lol's story. Now I want to go to Keith David's IMDb page. See what else is on it. These are the rabbit holes I find myself jumping down. Is there anything else I know? He was in Get Out, which I really liked Get Out. He was in Princess and the Frog. He voiced Dr. Facilier in Princess and the Frog. I didn't know that.
Told you he's been in he's his voiceover credits.
I didn't know
his
that.
Acting credits.
He was in They Live. You already said that. He was in The Thing. He was in Armageddon.
Those are two pretty big movies.
Have you heard of Has Been Hotel?
It sounds familiar.
Okay, so it's a new animated series, adult animated series. And the concept of this, Mark Shelley's watching it, and he actually really likes it. The concept is hell is full, and Satan's daughter starts a rehab clinic for demons that she believes are capable of being rehabbed and gotten out of hell. And from what I understand, it's very funny. And he's in that. You know what?
I think I've seen bits and pieces of it.
I bet he plays, now that I'm saying out loud, I bet he plays the president in Rick and Morty. Yep, he sure does. That makes so much sense. Dude, his IMDb is freaking long, dude.
Right. And it's
wild.
When he shows up in a game or something, you know immediately who it is. I mean, is it as distinctive as James Earl Jones? I think in a way, yes, because he has a delivery.
I can't push back on it.
Yeah.
This is great. All right, that's it. I got to go do stuff. Thank you guys for being here. America. Hey, thanks for being here, everybody. Y'all have a lovely rest of your day. Tell your friends about us. Help us grow the show so that we can stop being poor. And
well, thanks for adding me in there. No, you did.
Stop me when I'm lying.
You did.
Stop me when I'm lying.
No, that was a legitimate. Thank you.
Fair. I'm gonna go debate if I want to cut the rest of my hair off or if I'm gonna roll with the bad guy from the Sixth Sense look for a few more days.
You still have room for Mohawk. I mean, Mohawk is still a possibility. A pompadour. You could go pompadour.
I hate a pompadour. I can't do it. The bro that cut my hair yesterday was like, I was telling about the wedding. He's like, what are you going to do with your hair for the wedding? And I'm like, I'm just going to go classic old man business haircut for the wedding itself. I said, but once the wedding's over, I'm not cutting my hair for 9 years. And he goes, you know what you should do for your wedding, bro? Because he says bro unironically. He said, you know what you do for your wedding, bro? You should do a pompadour. And I was like, no, dude. And not only no, but now I am not coming to you for my last pre-wedding haircut. All right, have a good day. Goodbye.